Town Board to order on this 11th day of July, 2023. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. I ask that you join with us in a brief moment of silence as we keep in our thoughts and prayers all the men and women of our armed services who bravely defend our freedoms at home and around the world each day. So in their honor, let's join in a brief moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Present.
Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Scavone.
Present.
All right. We have a pretty full agenda today. I'd like to just take a moment to add 4 more resolutions on. Resolution 43739 reinstates Kara Conklin Wingfield to senior office assistant position. 43740 appoints Peter Strecker to assistant director of youth bureau position in youth bureau. 43782 authorizes the supervisor to execute a memorandum of agreement.
Could you speak loudly, please?
All right, I will try. Agreement and lifeguard contract. And the fourth one.
Still can't hear you.
Just 43783 is our 13th warrant. I'll make a motion to walk those 4 resolutions on.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next order of business is the approval of our June 27th, 2023 minutes. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please read the communications?
Yes, I can. The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the Village of Sagaponack, Zoning Board of Appeals application, New York State liquor license, 30-day advance notice from the listed entities, and financial disclosure statement filings from the listed individuals. We have received emails, letters, and land use applications regarding the following. Bel Air Cove property, 20 Shinnecock Road, Hampton Bays. Fencing in Good Ground Park, Hampton Bays. Proposed lithium battery energy storage facility, also in Hampton Bays. Zoning Board of Appeals application for 28 Far Pond Road in Shinnecock Hills. And we have received bids and requests for proposals on June 28th for the Alewife Creek Habitat Enhancement Project for the Highway Department, Round Pond Stormwater Improvements for Municipal Works, and a report from the Town Comptroller for the June 2023 monthly financial reports. And that concludes our communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we're going to begin public hearings next. We have a number of public hearings. Again, turn your cell phone ringers off if you would. We have 10 public hearings scheduled for today. This is a hybrid meeting as well as an in-person meeting. So there are people who are watching from remote locations, and they will be given an opportunity to have their comments heard by the town board as well. Okay, if you plan on speaking again, we ask that you fill out a card. When it comes to the public, I'll take those cards first in the order that they were received. Then we will go to the online audience, and if there's still people who have not spoken, who wish to be heard, we can come back. All right, Madam Clerk, would you read the first public hearing notice?
Certainly. Public hearing number 1 on the acquisition of land of Joan Demonicus located at 25 Whalers Drive, Sag Harbor, and amend the CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property.
Okay, once again, cell phone ringers off so we're not disturbed. And I will ask Jackie Fenlon, our CPF program manager, to introduce this public hearing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and Town Council members. Very nice to see you after the July 4th holiday. I hope you all enjoyed it. We are here today, this afternoon, to consider the acquisition of 25 Whalers Drive. Can you hear me? 25 Whalers Drive in Sag Harbor. This is a .4 acre property of land, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-26-1-30. And the owner, Joan Dominicus, I think is how it's pronounced, is expressing interest to selling the property for $400,000. This is in the open space target area and trail priority area, and is also in the Long Pond Greenbelt area within the Community Preservation Project Plan. It is also within the Aquifer Protection Overlay District. So it is the parcel highlighted in yellow, which I will point to now. Does the board have any
All
questions?
right, any questions for Ms. Fenlon? The price is it of this?
$400,000.
$400,000, and it's .4 acres.
Correct.
It doesn't adjoin anything we currently own, but it's near lots of properties we own. And it's, this is a Long Pond Greenbelt area?
This is in the northern reaches of the Long Pond Greenbelt, correct.
And it's a developable lot.
Correct, yes.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Fenlon. I don't have anybody who indicated they wish to be heard at public hearing number 1. Is there anyone? All right, online, we'll go to our online audience. If you are listening from a remote location and you'd like to be heard at public hearing number 1, the Dominicus property up in the Sag Harbor area, just click the raise hand icon. Not on any other subject other than the possible acquisition of this parcel using Community Preservation Fund money. Okay, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, public hearing 1 is closed. We move on to public hearing number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice?
Public hearing number 2 on the acquisition of land of Lori Leonard, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 998-218.3, and amend the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include the property.
All right, and once again, Jackie Fenlon, our CPF Program Manager, will introduce this.
Good afternoon, Town Board. This is the property located in North Sea, the hamlet of North Sea. It is owned by Lori Leonard, which this parcel is 1.1 acres, and as you can see, it's surrounded by existing preserved town and county lands, which are highlighted in green. The subject property is highlighted in yellow. So this is, as the town clerk indicated, it's 900-98-2-18.3, and Lori Leonard has expressed interest in selling the property for $80,000. This is in the open space Great Hill target area, an open space target area, and is a trail priority. The Great Hill Road area is an area with significant trail systems, and this is very close to Split Rock Road, if anyone's familiar with the trails in the area, which is the north-south trail. And this is also in the Aquifer Protection Overlay District. So, we're working to complete the preservation pattern in this area. And it's for $80,000.
Have there been rights already sold off of this property?
There have not. Yeah, but we will do a full title report
And
prior to.
but it's complicated to develop because of access?
Yes, it is located within an old file map, and as you can see, the pattern around it, it's fully preserved. So the planning board would actually have to open this old file map for development of just this one parcel. Or there might be one left right here.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we do not have any cards on this either. I'll go to our online audience. Is there anyone wishing to be heard at public hearing number 2 on the possible acquisition of the Lori Leonard property up in North Sea, sort of above the North Sea Athletic Complex?
No hands.
Okay, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, public hearing number 2 is closed. We will move on to public hearing number 3. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 3, to consider the acquisition of a portion of the lands of Villa Gilles LLC, located at 212 Little Noyak Path in the hamlet of Watermill, New York.
Okay, and once again, Jackie Fenlon, our CPF Program Manager, will introduce this.
Thank you. Yes, this is a property, so we are considering a portion of the property located at 212 Little Noyak Road. This property is fully 6.2 acres approximately, so CPF is in contract to possibly acquire 4.5 acres of the subject property for $1.5 million, and that is from the Villa Jills LLC that has expressed interest in selling it to the town. This is also in an open space greenbelt target area, and trail preservation area in the eastern GEIS area. So this would be a nice piece. We have been working on a trail system in this location, trying to get an east-west route, so this would be one of the missing links that would help the town accomplish that, as well as a general wildlife corridor. So we are looking to add on to the town land, that's the upside-down L shape, and then I will point to the yellow hatched area, which also includes a portion of the flag area. It would still allow for possible development of the parcel here. So we are going to acquire the yellow, which is this, which would allow for a strip to get out to Little Noyak Path.
So the property is not currently subdivided?
It is not. It would be subject to subdivision. That is part of the contract.
And what is the current acreage of the whole parcel?
6.2 acres.
And what is the zoning?
This is R80, I believe. So it would allow for 2 lots, yeah.
It could be divided, so.
Yeah. So we'd essentially
and
be
we're leaving behind a
extinguishing-
2-acre lot
Yes,
for
correct.
development?
One conforming lot for development.
Who's doing the subdivision?
Hmm?
Who is doing the subdivision? Is
The
owner?
applicants would be doing the subdivision, yeah. So the contract is subject to the subdivision in this configuration.
And they have access to the remaining lot?
They do, yeah. We are guaranteeing them, I actually asked for a subtle shift.
There's a flag there?
There's a 15-foot flag that would give them access for a safe driveway for emergency vehicles. So it was 12.5 and 12.5. I actually asked to shift it so that they would have 15, so that would give them safe fire and emergency access to
So-
the parcel.
If they're selling us 4.5 acres out of 6.2, that doesn't sound like there's 2 acres left as to create a conforming lot for them.
There, so, this is 197, let me see if I have the map. I believe it is, though, it's just 80,000 square feet. Let me see if I have the map with the exact square footage.
Well, it's okay, I mean, it's a public hearing, we can get this information prior to voting, but,
Sure. I believe it is conforming, though. I don't have the exact square footage, but it's 80,000 square feet in the bulk as well as the 15-foot flag. And these are approximate sizes based upon GIS, too. The surveys are more exact.
okay, and obviously the property appraised at or above the purchase price of 1.5?
Mhm. Yeah, correct. Yeah, we specifically had the appraisals look at that exact configuration.
And this is in Watermill? Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay. I do have one card, but it says only if necessary, Mr. Timothy Hill, Esquire. Is there a,
It's coming in from next door.
you don't need to speak? Okay. Anybody else who wishes to be heard? All right, we'll go online. Is there anyone listening online who wishes to be heard on the possible acquisition of lands of Villa JJILS
No, sir.
LLC in Watermill? All right, hearing none, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, okay, the public hearing is closed. All right, Madam Clerk, would you read the 4th public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 4 to enact a new Chapter 314 entitled Moratorium on Battery Energy Storage Systems to prohibit new applications pursuant to 330-162.21 of the Town Code for 3 months.
Okay, I think Janice was going to introduce this, and I'm not seeing her. So can we see where Janice is?
Yeah, one,
Just give us a moment. I think we probably got to 4 faster than anybody thought. All right, Janice, we just read the public hearing notice, and I was calling upon you to introduce public hearing number 4.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Breathless.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Janice Scherer, Town Planning and Development Administrator. Out of breath, bolting up the stairs. I'm just here, and I know this is going to probably be a lengthy public hearing, so I won't take a lot of time. Just quickly to give some context to the process. And I'm so sorry I'm out of breath, but
Do you want me to stall for a moment?
no.
I'm happy to do
So
that.
we went, up front, I just want to say the
Because I-
concerns
I-
about the special exception standards for the battery energy storage in excess of 600 kilowatts are understandable. We're here to listen. We want to understand what the issues are and how they can be more fully addressed. I have some maps on the wall here while I catch my breath. This is about the specific one. That is the matter of the exclusion. This is some zoning maps we have regarding where the industrial zones are. So, we had several work sessions with you, as you know, to enact this code. We did this in 2020. We had public hearings, and we've been talking about battery storage since the sustainability plan in 2012. Thank you. I'm not a very good public speaker, even
No,
though, so I appreciate it, and it's nerve-wracking to be in front of everyone.
So let me, well, I'll give you a moment to catch your breath. So what we're considering today is a resolution, a public hearing. We're in the process of a public hearing on a 3-month moratorium that would stop the processing of any new application for battery energy storage. And I know there's a lot of people who are going to be speaking about, well, what about those that are already in the process, or is 3 months long enough, and those kinds of things, which is fine. You can, but what the hearing is for is based on new applications. And battery energy storage, we did put a code in place because it was seen as a critical component of our sustainability planning, because we've been looking to reduce our carbon footprint and move away from reliance on fossil fuels, move more toward wind and toward solar, and you can't rely on wind and solar unless you have a place to store it. And also because we're a growing area, and to avoid brownouts and things like that, or more polluting infrastructure, more power plants, having the ability to store energy at night when there isn't a lot of demand, put it into batteries and then release it during the day when there is, could potentially offset the need for more utility infrastructure. And I'm just only saying this to give you a moment to catch your breath.
That's everything
So-
I was gonna say, so.
Okay.
you know. But I would definitely say, yes, everything you've said is correct.
And then I will also say too that, like, I've received tons of emails and correspondence. There are people who are very concerned about thermal runaway, fire issues, cyanide and other poison gases, air quality, water quality, noise, aesthetics. There's lots of things that people have made me, aware that they are very concerned about. And that really led, and I'll let the sponsor, Councilwoman McNamara, speak in a second, but so there is one application in front of the planning board now. We believed another application was coming in. There was certainly some discussions about other properties, and that led to this public hearing. Say, look, we're processing the one, but no more. No more. We want to take a look at the code. A lot of people are saying we ought to be also taking a look at the one that we're already processing. So that's not contained in this, but I know that's something that is going to be a common theme tonight. But let me let me kick it to Councilwoman McNamara for her introductory
Give me some
remarks.
more time.
I'm fine, but I'm sorry. It was just I was just out of breath and suddenly very nervous, but I'm fine. But please, I would rather.
So
you
I
speak
asked
than
to
me.
bring this forward to a work session in
Yes.
April, and I asked for this moratorium, and I've gotten outreach from people asking me why I asked for a moratorium, so I prepared a brief statement as to why, which I'm just going to read now. I wasn't involved in adopting the code for battery energy storage, so I asked for and read the hearing record. Every bit of outside input came from BEST developers. Not one resident spoke on the proposed code. I was actually at one of the meetings to speak on another public hearing, but I didn't speak on the BEST code. Why? Because I, like most other residents, had no idea what a battery energy storage system in excess of 600 kilowatt hours was. I do now. Although he didn't speak at the hearing, there is an email in the record from the owner of a consulting firm that assists with implementing alternative energy projects. In regards to allowing these systems on residential parcels in excess of 120,000 square feet, he stated, I understand that the town is looking to make this BEST code work, but there is no need to utilize residential zoning parcels, no matter what the size. There are plenty of parcels that meet engineering and logistical needs for a project of this type. He then stated that the setbacks of 50 feet when adjoining residential properties were severely lacking. He closed with this, I truly hope this board understands the scope of these projects, that they have fully considered the ramifications of citing such, and they strike the allowance of any and all in residential zones. There are plenty of other means to make BEST storage work. This is not it. I have since done my own research, and what I have found has not alleviated my concerns. We are being told that we shouldn't be concerned because these are lithium iron phosphate batteries that are completely non-toxic and safe. The truth is that there are risks associated with all lithium-ion batteries. So while yes, these may be safer, they are by no means completely safe. Neither the industry nor the National Fire Protection Codes differentiate between types of lithium-ion batteries. They are all treated in the same way. One needs only to read the safety data sheet on lithium iron phosphate batteries to know why. The safety data sheet states that these batteries contain substances which emit flammable gases when placed in contact with water, and that they contain materials that pose a long-term hazard to aquatic environments. Under firefighting measures, it states that the battery may burst or release hazardous decomposition products when exposed to a fire situation. Firefighters are instructed to wear self-contained respirator and a fully protective impervious suit. In simple terms, full hazmat gear. Under accidental release measures, it says to remove ignition sources, evacuate the area, sweep up using a method that does not generate dust, keep spilled materials out of sewers, ditches, and bodies of water. Do not allow material to be released into the environment without proper governmental permits. In November of 2022, Powin received UL certification of their lithium iron phosphate battery energy storage system. In May of 2023, Convergent Power and Energy installed a 4-megawatt Powin system on a property they leased from a school district in Warwick, New York. A month later, that system caught fire. The cause? Rain. Water entered the housing we are being told is impenetrable and caused the release of flammable gases which ignited. The fire suppression system failed to extinguish the fire, which burned for 3 days and smoldered for more than a week. Residents stated that they didn't want to go outside because the air smelled like glue. From News 12 on June 30th, News 12 learned Friday that dozens of toxins were detected in air quality samples at the site of a lithium iron battery fire on Warwick school grounds this week. County, town, and village officials said toxins were detected during the 3-day fire at Convergent Power and Energy site on County Route 1, but wouldn't reveal what those toxins were. There were a multitude, said Jason Brazier with Orange County Fire Services, but nothing to be alarmed about for the actual incident or for the future at this time. Authorities said the findings of tests would be shared at the completion of their investigation and that levels were determined to be within safe range by Orange County Hazmat. At this time, safe range? In 2019, I was told that my well water contained PFAS within a safe range. But the EPA lowered that safe threshold from 70 parts per trillion to 0.02 parts per trillion in 2022. Had my community not fought for and ultimately received connections to public water, my daughters would have been ingesting water containing a chemical now known to cause reproductive harm for 3 additional years. I asked for a moratorium so that we can learn more about these systems and adjust our code accordingly. While I understand that New York has set some very ambitious goals regarding energy and storage, the health and safety of our residents must come before any arbitrarily set timeline. We can support those goals, but we need to make sure that these facilities are sited and operated correctly, and to do that, we must amend our code. To treat a 600 kilowatt hour system the same as a utility scale 100,000 kilowatt hour system just doesn't make sense. I believe that taking a pause and amending our code with community and impartial professional and expert input will lead to far less pushback for future projects, but we can't fix the plane while we are flying it. I was asked to listen to 27 Speaks segment on BESS, which I did. It was mentioned that PSEG is citing a large BESS facility at the intersection of 495 and Nichols Road. I would like to note some characteristics of that site. That site is industrial. At that site, the island is 17 miles wide. The Long Island Railroad is 1,900 feet away. Sunrise Highway is 3.2 miles away. Montauk Highway is 5 miles away. Middle Country Road, 3 miles. 347, 6 miles. There are also hundreds of secondary roads in that area. The closest body of water is Lake Ronkonkoma, which is 3 miles away. The Great South Bay is 6 miles away, and the Long Island Sound is 10 miles away. The South Fork is as narrow as 4,700 feet in certain locations, and there are 3 water crossings to travel from east to west. These features are necessary considerations that our existing code is currently silent on. One last thing I want to mention. I was included in an email yesterday from the chair of the Sustainability Committee to the members of that committee. It stated that they needed as many people as possible to speak on the hearing today. They were directed to call a paid town consultant to volunteer and be briefed on talking points. As that email went to the entire town board, I want it on the record that I do not approve of a town-appointed committee stacking the deck at a public hearing with talking points prepared by a paid town consultant.
All right, have you caught your breath now?
I did. I just want to point out that no time ever here did anyone create a land use code to put anyone in peril. There's, whoever does not know me, I have an environmental degree. I've been a regulator for New York State DEC. I've been a professional town planner for over 20 years. I know we had missteps with SECRA, with the Downtown Overlay District, which we have learned. Had a valuable learning experience with that. But I think that the whole thing is that we're committed to getting it right just as much as you are. So I don't think anyone in this room is saying that we want to put anybody in harm's way. The idea here is just about, zoning. It's enacted. The only legitimate purpose for zoning is public health, safety, and welfare. We're looking for a reasonable relationship between a zoning regulation and the goals sought to be achieved here to allow battery storage somewhere in the town. And that is a legitimate objective of not only us as a coastal community, but the state of New York. So that's what we're doing here. We're looking at, okay, and I've heard a lot of like, well, how did this even allow in the first place? Who did this who even said this was okay in the first place? And the idea here is that your job as the town board is that you're applying the zone, you're sort of allowing for possibilities. And we allow for possibilities across the town. So we say, if someone wants to come in and put battery storage, here's the conditions that have to be set. On the east side of the Shinnecock Canal, we don't have the luxury of all the land and space potentially that the middle of Stony Brook has. But, we are, as a coastal community, looking to site these at a scale that's appropriate, that people can be safe with, but we're looking to put them in places where they serve the people that are there. And when you look at these maps, when we say put it in industrial, first of all, in Hampton Bays there are no industrial zones. These little yellow things are the industrial. Great, it doesn't belong near the people that it needs to have it, right? So we allow it. Why do you allow that in residential zones? It's considered infrastructure like cell towers, solar, batteries, sewage treatment plants, fire stations. They occur near people because it's for the people they serve. So if we relegate them away from everyone, it is safer to put them somewhere totally else. But will they help us? And that's hopefully we'll be able to find that answers to those questions out. I'm sorry, and just in the code that was adopted, any parcel in a place that's near residential had to be 3 times the size of an industrial zone parcel. So we tried to put those protections in so that they were larger parcels. So we're not looking to max out and scale out and cause some kind of detriment to anyone. I just want to stress that entirely. What we're looking to do is have coastal resiliency, have a backup plan for when the lights go out, where these storms are only going to keep happening more and more frequently, and just how are we going to deal with that? And if it's battery storage has no place in our society, then what is our goal? Because fuel storage comes with its own environmental problems just as much as that. So,
Janice, although it's not a subject of today's moratorium, and though I know lots of people are going to want to talk about it, the canal property which you have behind you, I just want to make sure people know where that is located. So can you just point, that's the clover leaf on the off-ramp?
sure, this is the North Road, and this is the Highway Salt Barn. This used to be the town's
That's
police
DPW,
station.
that's county highway. There's a salt barn and fueling
This is the Sunrise
station.
Highway. This is County Road 39, which we also call North Road. This is the Highway Salt Barn. This is a clover leaf to Sunrise Highway, and here's the proposal, and here's the substation. So in your realm, we write codes. I'm sorry, let me just get this all out, and then but we write codes that we don't say like only you can have that. We write a code that people can avail themselves, because if we just say only one lucky property owner can do it, other property owners say, what about me? So we try to make a level playing field and say the parcel has to have certain characteristics in order to cite this. And then when it gets to the planning board level, they are a confirmatory board that says, okay, this parcel is so situated that it makes sense. And it's not in all these avoidance areas. If you want to add more avoidance areas, if you want to add further protections, and that's what the planning board is charged with doing. Citing it in a way that it's on a parcel and it's not near anything. That's why they proposed it here. It is. This is 400 feet away from someone's house. 400 feet is 4 times the amount of any industrial zone is usually 100 feet. Can we add greater setbacks? Sure. But this is what this board does on a routine basis. You set up parameters and say if a parcel meets these parameters, then it can be considered. And then that person comes to the planning board with their application, and they try to get what they are proposing. And the board can wind it back, scale it back, say it's
your
not
comment, 'cause,
proper.
there's certainly plenty of residential properties shown on that map.
Across
but-
the highway and to the south, across, this is
Across the
Sunrise
railroad
Highway.
tracks to the south and across Sunrise Highway to the north, and then across
This is
North Road.
Across North Road, across Sunrise Highway, you can see them in the map.
Can I just, sorry, I can't. All right, so just again, so this piece where this is proposed, it's bordered on the south by the off-ramp and the on-ramp, the railroad tracks, and then some town open space. And then you do get to residential properties. It's bordered on the east side by the substation.
Correct.
On the north side, it's Sunrise Highway. Then
Sunrise
I think a
Highway.
private property that's possibly residentially zoned, and then lots of residential properties there. And then on the west side, you have some commercial and some residential, correct? And you have
That's
the
right.
highway
There's a
barn.
nightclub over here, we have the Shinnecock Canal over
Right.
here.
And then on the corner there is the county.
Houses, yes, there's
the
houses
county-
all in these areas.
The county has a salt barn there and a fueling station. And then those other buildings that are immediately adjacent are owned by the same property owner, correct, that is proposing the development?
Correct.
Yes, those are owned, okay.
This totals
And are those-
more than 4 acres.
And are those residentially zoned, commercial, or?
They are
Commercially,
R60, and as I said, now it's, you want to put a moratorium in and potentially revise the code, but right now the code says, well, if it is in a residential area, it has to be 4 times the size of an industrial parcel. It has to have all these characteristics. So this one, they say Some would argue it meets none of that. Some say it does. So that's what's up for debate.
Okay, all right, thank you. So,
Oh, and I just want to say that, we did not write this code in a vacuum. We worked with NYSERDA very closely. We have Bill Oberker here. He might be in the hallway. We have a gentleman from NYSERDA here, if you'd like to
all
hear
right, do you want,
his
is he in the
testimony.
hall,
I have
or
to
is
find
he in the
him.
audience?
He may be.
And they helped us write the code. They had a model code, and we worked
Well,
with
whatever,
them
you know, I think
and their
whatever-
fire safety experts.
Whatever we do, I think it's important we have accurate information. And there's lots of information about this. Some may be accurate, some may not be accurate, so.
Here he is.
And now NYSERDA is New York State Energy Research and Development
Authority.
Authority. So it's
Correct.
not the developer here.
This is not developer, this is the New York State Energy Authority, and Bill?
All right, sir, if you'll step forward. We're introducing the subject. We're going to be going to the public in a moment. You first identify yourself, tell us what your expertise is, and I guess anything that would help us as we debate this issue.
Sure. Thanks, Janice, for including me, and thank you to the town board for having me here. My name is Bill Oberker. I'm a senior project manager at the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, or NYSERDA, as it's always called. What I do on a day-to-day basis, and I've done this for about 10 years now, is work with local governments on siting issues for solar, energy storage, for wind, for all renewable technologies. We are doing this in pursuit of New York State's energy goals, which are among the most ambitious in the nation. And citing these projects, as we are all aware, is a very crucial part of the overall clean energy revolution, the overall state goals, and our policy framework that we have right now. I was invited here to say that I worked extensively, my team worked extensively with the Planning Commission for these regulations. They are consistent with best practices from what we've seen, from what our experts who we have on board advising us, including our own experience working throughout New York State and a lot of us throughout the country on these issues. This code, as it exists, was developed in coordination with us over the course of about 18 months. Leading up to the end of 2021, so there was really an extensive coordination between NYSERDA and the Planning Commission here in Southampton, which we advise everyone to do. We are here to provide that service at NYSERDA. One other service that we will offer, going forward, should these regulations come into question, should we need to revisit things, NYSERDA has a contractor pool to be able to help municipalities with these exact issues. So we have a consultant in planning and zoning, one in land use and engineering, one in energy storage fire safety, who's here with us today, ESRG. They are certainly the lead in that field in the state of New York and offer a unique first responder perspective to the issue of energy storage fire safety. I personally have not found anyone better. As a result of official competitive procurement even, we reviewed all of the applications of folks who, may have been better, other folks in the space, and they are the contractor because they were by far the best for what we were looking for, and that's to help our communities with fire safety and their first responders, to have folks on who have that first responder experience to be able to work with communities. In addition to those three, we also have a project economics consultant to help with tax issues should they arise, and a code enforcement consultant who can help do inspections, who can help do design reviews. So we would encourage folks to lean on NYSERDA. All of these services are for free from the state. We are happy to give you, competitively selected experts in all of these fields to help make sure that we have the best, strongest, safest regulations in order to responsibly site the equipment that we need to meet the state's goals, to meet climate goals, and frankly, to just preserve, our way of life for future generations. I have some information here. We recently created a fact sheet on energy storage. So there's one side that is going to say this is why we need energy storage, this is what it does, these are the problems that it addresses. The other side is every regulation at the federal or the national, state, and local level that applies to energy storage. So you can really look through and see, what Underwriters Laboratory is doing, which is the lead safety industry expert in the nation, what DEC is doing, what the national government is doing, what the National Fire Protection Association is doing, what local governments are doing. All that information is here. I would urge folks to really take a look at it, and just saying this, a lot of energy storage, fire safety considerations, the testing came from right here in New York. FDNY was really the first to identify the hazard and to work with UL to get that fire test so that we actually know what happens when these systems do fail. So New York has been a leader in lithium-ion fire safety since day one, since before that was national concern. We continue to be. We have the strongest regulations in the country. We have the most up-to-date regulations in our fire code. And as Jana said earlier, no one is here to put anyone in danger. And if we were not confident in the level of oversight and the level of testing and the level of expertise, frankly, that's behind these siting decisions, I would not be here, and the state would certainly not be putting this amount of effort into it.
Well, it's one thing that you're comfortable. It's another thing that they're not comfortable.
Oh, certainly.
Right? So, I think we all sort of understand the concerns about climate change and want to do our part to reduce global warming. And when this came to us, battery energy storage, it was presented as a benign use, that it wasn't noisy, it was just these batteries. I got battery in my phone, right? So it was batteries, then they were gonna hold the power and then release it. We didn't, I know they looked at some of those other issues, but it really wasn't until these proposals started to come in and people started to take a close look at it, and now they're, I got people thinking about moving. They're afraid to be, they're hearing stories about these fires and thermal runaway, and toxic gases, and cyanide, and they're scared. And certainly I got into this business to keep people safe. That's the last thing I want to do, is make people unsafe. So, we have to figure out how to restore public confidence, and I think that has to come through facts, not just because you say it's okay, right? It's got to be, they read on the internet about firefighters dying in fires from battery energy storage, So we're not there yet. I think that's why this moratorium is being proposed, because we're concerned that all these questions haven't been fully answered. I'm hoping today we get to hear more what the questions and concerns and fears are, but I'd like to hear some more of the answers. I've been told that lithium iron phosphate is a fundamentally different technology than lithium ion, and that a lot of the concerns that are out there in the community are based on a different technology, lithium ion, not lithium iron phosphate, which is supposed to not have the same combustibility, not have the same, it's supposed to be non-toxic, doesn't have the off-venting of gases. Now, that may not be true, but we need to know what the answers are. And hopefully you're going to have some people here. You mentioned somebody who's in the firematic services, or who can answer some of those questions. I do want to get all the public's concerns. At the same time, I do want to make sure we're getting their questions answered. So,
sure. Can I just address a couple of those points?
Well, I'll give you 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and then we'll go to the
Sure,
public.
I can do it in less time than that. So LFP, lithium iron phosphate, is a different type of lithium ion battery. They are different chemistries.
Just hold on. Let the gentleman speak.
The precursor chemistry was nickel, manganese, cobalt. It was less stable. Lithium iron phosphate is a more stable technology. It's a more stable chemistry. Is that a silver bullet for there's absolutely no chance that this will enter thermal runaway? No, it is not. There still is a chance, and that's why we have the UL 9548 testing, which is to find out what happens, what are the effects when it does go into thermal runaway, when this catastrophic event does happen. We want to know how this system is going to behave so we can base our siting decisions off the data. that we gather from studying these catastrophic events in a lab, so we know what it's going to do when we have it out in the wild. And then typically when we're hearing of lithium-ion battery fires, particularly in New York City,
Let us speak.
we're talking about micro-mobility batteries, e-bike batteries, electric moped batteries. These are fundamentally different types of lithium-ion batteries. It is not the same at all in terms of level of regulation, level of internal hazard mitigation, level of permits required, level of oversight. A lot of these batteries, we just saw a fire in Dutchess County last week because somebody had a repair shop for these batteries in his house and they caught fire. So typically when we're hearing of lithium-ion fires in New York City, that's the only type of lithium-ion fire there's been to date. And that is the type of battery that we're talking about. It is a completely different thing in pretty much every way, except for the fact that they both fall under this very broad umbrella of lithium-ion battery. Completely different things for micromobility versus this kind of grid-scale storage that we're talking about here.
All right, thank you, sir.
Sure.
1 second, if you could. So it's been a couple of years since we put the zoning in. We take our recommendations from NYSERDA directly. We use that as the overall guidance of what we do. I want you to turn around and look at that map and tell me if you think being close to an artery, close to a canal, close to neighborhoods, if that's a good spot for that.
This is the Clover.
Yep.
I would say if that is in accordance with that 120,000 square foot area, and it is cited in according to the setbacks that are in that code, I think that is a perfectly acceptable parcel for this type of development. Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the board? Everybody's gonna get. I'll be here till midnight if you want. Everybody's gonna get a chance to speak. I promise. So, right now, this is just introductory remarks. Before we go, I got a lot of cards. Is any other questions for the board for either Janice or this gentleman from NYSERDA? All right. So let's go to the card. I just ask that if we do have experts who are here, we may pause to answer questions as we go, not with opinion, but fact, hopefully. All right, so I'm going to take these in the order I received them. There are lots of them. I ask that everybody keep their comments to no more than 3 minutes. You can always submit additional comments in writing. Our clerk, Ms. Cindy Schermeyer, will let you know when you're down to your last 30 seconds. I ask that you do wrap up. If everybody takes the full 3 minutes, we are going to be here for a few hours. So, and then we have people online too.
He did actually.
Okay. All right. So I apologize in advance for mispronouncing any names that I will likely mispronounce. Though the first two I think I'm okay with. I'm going to tell you who's the next speaker, and I'm going to tell you who's on deck, so that you can queue up behind the speaker, so that we don't have to wait each time for somebody to work their way out of the audience. All right. So it looks like Rome Arnold, or Arnold Rome, is the first speaker, and followed by Philip Metzger.
Thank you. I'm sure this will be a cheerful discussion this afternoon. By way of background, I'm a resident of the village, not the town, but I do drive around the town. I had degrees from Yale and from Harvard, but that's really not what's applicable here. What's applicable here is common sense. I have, by way of resolution, I'm sorry, by way of due diligence, if I could hand this out to you.
To the clerk, please.
Over here, please.
Everything has to get stamped in.
Mr. Rome,
Thank
which
you.
village? Southampton.
Is it Rome Arnold
Rome's my
or
first name.
is it Rome Arnold or
Yeah,
Arnold Rome?
Rome Arnold. I said Rome, first name Rome.
First name Rome, second name Arnold.
Arnold, right. Southampton. Count in my 3 minutes. So by way of due diligence, I have gone to the town hall. I've read the 300-page filing several times. I've read the drainage design report specifically, which is both within the filing and separate. I've looked at all the maps and the plans. I listened to the 27 East Advocacy podcast a while back, and of course, I've gone to see the site. A couple of things I will go through, but because lots have been thrown at you that's repetitive, it seemed to me there were a couple of things that haven't been brought up specifically that are relevant. What's amazing to me is the true owner of Canal Southampton Vest is not disclosed. If you look through the proposal itself, there are two conflicting items as to who is the owner. And then I went to the New York State filings, and I find that the entity is listed as a foreign limited liability corporation. Now, if that's not obvious why that's significant, I'll point it out. Something goes wrong, they bankrupt themselves, they're gone. So for not only this situation, but Jay, I think for future discussion of presentations, a basic question should be, who are these people that are proposing this? Not the consultants, not the advisors. Who's the entity that's doing this? The second thing that's very much overlooked, and it comes out when you study the maps, this, unlike what was said in the podcast, these battery units are not going to be in a single building. They're going to be 30 separate units surrounded by, wait for it, a 4-foot fence. Now, I can sprint over a 4-foot fence, and it's going to be unmanned. Now, these people are all friendly about the best, but somebody who isn't with a
30
22...
seconds.
I'm sorry? 30 seconds, okay.
I'm going to give you a little extra time.
Thank you. So somebody with a .22 rifle from across the street, okay, fine. As is completely obvious, I think, to me and anybody else, the notion, with all due respect to this New York representative who tells us that putting something between the highway and the railroad within a quarter mile of the bridge and the railroad, and that's no problem. He likes to talk about the batteries, the car batteries. Fine, forget the car batteries. Chandler, Arizona, has a BESS. It caught fire. It smoldered. It didn't go to thermal runaway. It just smoldered. For 2 weeks, the fire department wouldn't go in. Now, here's what's significant. Chandler authorities instituted a quarter-mile evacuation out of safety. Now, think about that. A quarter mile around this facility. That takes care of 2 of the 3 access points to the entire South Fork. This isn't just a town issue. This is a whole South Fork. This thing that could shut us down. Let's go back to this lithium iron phosphate, lithium whatever. A lithium iron phosphate battery may be better, but what's missing in the discussion, of course, is that they are very difficult to charge at low temperatures or recharge. So it is highly unlikely that there will be a lithium iron phosphate battery in this facility. By the way, the proposal, again, you read through it, it's inconsistent. It says lithium ion everywhere except one strange place. The provider of the battery, it lists lithium iron phosphate. So what exactly is going on? The drainage report, I think that's obvious. They don't address what happens to the potentially hundreds of thousands of gallons of water that might be required to put out this fire. By the way, reading specifically, again, the proposal, this is what they say. Fire flow requirements for the BESS have yet to be finalized. Clean agent systems may be considered. Clean agent, that means chemicals. So water and chemicals. Okay, what else is interesting? The facility is 10 to 46 feet above sea level, above the canal. So guess where the water goes if they have to put out a fire? Or do they stand back and say, well, we'll just let it burn for a couple of weeks? It's crazy. By reference, a Tesla battery, just to give you some reference,
And then, I'm going to allow you 1 more minute.
5 minutes.
Because you're at 5, but it's very valuable testimony, and I appreciate that. So if you could wrap up in the next minute.
Yeah, real quickly. This thing about regulations is backwards. We write the code, and then if somebody fits it, that's fine, they're good. No, it's the other way around. Here are the conditions, here are the code. By the way, the fire department code, the national one, 385, I think it's in here.
855.
855, yes. Those standards have not been revised since September of 2019. So to say, well, hey, it's okay because we meet those standards doesn't reflect what we've learned in the last 2-3 years. It's crazy. I've said that before. So the other amazing thing in this 300-page filing, there's no evacuation plan. There's no evacuation plan. Just figure it out, get on your bikes, go down to Old Montauk Highway and hope that you can get out. So anyway. It's just common sense, really.
All right, thank you. So we're going to bring up Phil Metzger. On deck is Maria Holtz.
My name is Philip Metzger. I worked for the United States Customs Service, Department of Trade for 31 years, including 22 years in management, the last 9 in the Senior Executive Service in Washington, D.C. Have you ever been to the city of Houston? I have. It is one of the ugliest cities in the country. Residential, industrial, recreational can be placed wherever there is space. The town of Southampton has chosen to allow buses, which are industrial facilities, to be in residential areas. Not a good idea. During my career in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, major changes converted customs from a paper-bound agency to one that was automated. The management structure was also radically changed, and I was involved in practically all of the changes. It would have been inconceivable to me that the changes would be made without the input of the affected parties. When we turned customs around from a paper-bound agency to one that was automated, we brought in a world-famous consultancy, McKinsey & Company, with which I worked for 6 months. We visited companies in every part of the United States, speaking to Fortune 500 CEOs to get their input on what we might do. We also interviewed customs brokers who prepared and submitted company information to customs and customs employees in every port. Significant other changes came down the pipe during my career. In every instance, we digested comments from the affected parties before we acted on or shelved the proposals. As Southampton Town Council, I understand that you are called upon to make decisions all the time. In many cases, the public is split, and it is up to you to decide. That is your job. The best situation is different. Here you have practically everyone in Hampton Bays opposing the placement of the best where you have decided to place it. You, as our elected officials, do not have the moral right to ignore such an overwhelming response. You can preach to us about the benefits of the buses and the low danger of the batteries, but that is not the point. The point is that industrial facilities do not belong in residential neighborhoods when practically all residents, businesses, and recreational providers are opposed. We do not want Hampton Bays to become a place where industrial sites are located in areas that are not appropriate. The
30
site
seconds.
you have chosen is not appropriate. That is our overwhelming, virtually unanimous position, and we call upon you, our elected representatives, to reverse course. Thank you.
All right, so Maria, you are next, followed by Bill Muir.
Okay, Supervisor Schneiderman, Town Council. I'm going to be... I'll be very brief. I was under the impression that under New York State law, you had to inform the town if you were going to put something like a BES in. As former president of the Civic, we never received notice of anything. Everyone I've spoken to is not even, well, not everyone at this point, but 6 months ago is totally unaware of what BES is. Today I was speaking with someone and they said, what is BES? The first thing you should be doing is educating the public, and I leave it to the people that are running the Civic today and other organizations that have done that. My second point, and in terms of not notifying, I think that is the same as what happened with the SECRA. A proper procedure was not followed. My second point is about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, Dr. Sylvia Earle was here and declared Shinnecock Bay a hope spot. It's one of 151 hope spots around the world where people like Professor Gobler and his team have worked tirelessly for years, the trustees behind them and many others, to try and reverse what's going on in our water system. I find it unconscionable that there is even the slightest possibility that we could pollute all of that at this point with something that happens at a best facility. And I think everyone else has said plenty. You don't need to hear from me. Thank you.
All right, we got Bill Muir next, followed by Peter Governale? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bill Muir, a 50-year resident of Hampton Bays. I'm sort of a recluse, and it took Bess Canal to get me out of my garden and introduce me to my neighbors. I want to congratulate the board on what active, intelligent constituents you have. Right in Hampton Bays, we have a top executive, environmental engineer, a chemist, chemical engineer, a retired senior fire officer, an environmentally savvy attorney, and a number of community activists with very deep knowledge of the town and its people. We knew that you would want their input, so we put together some notes. I'll just get off script for a moment and say that Councilwoman McNamara referred to 600 kilowatts. We're talking about a facility that is 100 megawatts. That's 100 million. That's almost 200 times the size of what you're talking about. I'm lucky enough to have a fairly good-sized swimming pool, but if you're talking about a 50-foot area that you have for clearance, that's one end of my pool to the other. And the scale of these things, we look at these little drawings that has got these miniature models. These things are enormous. They're an enormous industrial facility that's being dumped right in the front yard of these people. So we knew that you would want this input, so we put together a couple of our thoughts in this form, and I'd like to leave this with the clerk, that this is called a community-friendly solution to best siting. It's just a pity that you didn't have their expert opinion before the planning board issued the negative declaration to fast-track BESS, because that's what New York State law requires. Timely community involvement, not the community sliding into home plate at the very end and getting tagged out. And if you had involved the community as the law requires, it would have saved us a lot of trouble. But I understand how you got here. The applicant gave a great presentation. The data was dazzling, and it's such a good cause. I used to work on the other side of that argument. I've seen a team of experts telling folks how a chemical plant down the road would improve the neighborhood and provide lots of jobs, or how kids could go fishing in the runoff from the nuclear plant,
30
and how that
seconds.
would reduce your utility rates. Hire some experts, sell your story, just emphasize the upside. Whether it's jobs or lower utility rates, or in this case, saving the planet. Don't sweat the downside, the industrial sprawl, the contamination, the noise, the danger. I can understand how you got caught up in the moment.
3 minutes.
The world needs green energy. Green energy needs BESS. It's a virtuous cycle, except when it's not. There is nothing virtuous about despoiling a lovely residential community by ramming in 100 million watt-hours of volatile chemical batteries. The scale is enormous.
Sir, can you finish up in a...
Yes, sir, I will right now.
I'll give you 1 extra minute.
Okay.
Up to 4.
Let that number sink in. We're not talking about a few cell phones or golf carts or Teslas. This is 100 million watt-hours of active energy, 20 times the size of East Hampton, only 100 feet away from people's homes. 30 huge vaults of humming batteries belong in an industrial park, not across from my neighbor's front porch. My neighbors have come loaded for bear. They'll tell you lots of things about this. In my brief time, I'd like to suggest that you got swept up in a good cause. We all support green energy, and we know it must be stored somewhere, just not in front of my neighbors' homes. BESS works. We know it needs large amounts of storage to function efficiently. Just don't threaten our neighbors with it. Don't make a mess of our community in the name of conservation. It's always easier to do the right thing the first time. Fixing a mistake is harder, but it's still the right thing to do. Rescind the negative declaration. Get community input. Put this giant industrial facility
5
where it
minutes.
belongs, in an industrial setting. Thank you. You have a tough job. We appreciate it, but don't let these people down. Thank you.
Just for the record, just one comment. So the rescinding the negative declaration, that's something the planning board may do. It's not in front of this board.
Understand, sir.
It's possible that they'll do that and issue a pause deck, an environmental impact study, or a condition neg deck. That's up to the planning board and their advisors. This board is simply considering a moratorium on new applications, and after today's testimony, it's likely that, we will consider a moratorium that affects the canal property as well. So, but today's hearing is specific to that. All right,
Did you want to submit those to the board?
Yes, sir.
Can you give them to the clerk? Just send this
Over
down so
here.
it gets stamped.
all right, so, Peter, you are next, and, James Dubrowski is on deck. Sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Governale. My family has had a house in the area, which is right, actually, a block and a half away on the corner of Madison Avenue for the last, since 1950. Okay? This picture here is a little bit deceptive because right above on the top here is the Peconic Bay, not shown, and the canal is here, and these are all homes which are very, very close. My home is right here. Okay, so I was introduced to this, or aware of it, on Memorial Day weekend when I came out for the weekend. Had no idea about it. Okay, since then I've been looking into this diligently, and I've researched and looked at all the videos of the planning board, and from September 2022, October 2022, and really in that board meetings, everything was taken at face value. Okay, I watched the whole thing go out. The applicants had all this information. The board was just listening, and okay, well, if the applicant says this, then it must be this. It must be this. That's not a way to go about doing something like this. Okay, this is a huge facility. Belongs in an industrial area, not where the tightest places are. We have in and out thoroughfares, railroads, businesses, marinas, people's lives, everything. It's in the wrong spot. Okay. One thing to think about this, okay, hypothetically thinking, if this site went up and something did happen, okay, in a bad way, don't you think you're opening yourself up to really liabilities and lawsuits and negligence to the town, that these people that might not be able to come into their homes on the East End back and forth will not file lawsuits and sue? I mean, that's a real cause that you guys have to think about, okay? Preventing people to come in and out of the town because maybe of an evacuation or something. Something to think about, okay, real serious. But going on like that, the way it went about it was very general, nothing specific, no research reports, nothing factual. You have to do your homework. This is no joke. This is a huge facility that does not belong here. You put it in Calverton where you have a solar field already. You can put it in the West Hampton Airport where you have facilities for it, industrial spots. There are thousands of acres, other places, okay? Not to have this right where you have the railroad, the roads, in and out, people's lives, businesses. It's the wrong spot, okay? So, in the ending, I mean, you're really putting people in jail. Because if this goes up, everyone has to live with the fear of something happening, potentially happening. What if this? What if this? What if this happens? Okay? It's always easy to say after the fact, okay? But we
30
have to be
seconds.
proactive, okay? Proactive is smart. Reactive is not. So if something happens and it's reactive, then, oh, well, now what do we do? We want to be smart about it, okay? And not have this in our own backyard. I demand that the moratorium is put in place, and we need further review. It doesn't belong here. It belongs in an industrial spot, not where it's at, okay? Thank you.
All right, again, just for clarification, the public hearing on this moratorium actually doesn't include the property that everybody's speaking about. We'd have to have another public hearing. Another public hearing on a proposal that did. It's a little more complicated because it's in front of the planning board. I'm not saying you can't have a moratorium that includes it, but you have to think it through. So it sounds like that's what the public wants, is the town to take a pause in some way so that, you know, we address all the questions or deny the construction if we can't address all the concerns. I get that. I just want to make sure that the context that we're in of this public hearing, everybody understands. So these are great comments about that facility. But that facility isn't part of this moratorium, so, and you can't just simply add it to it. You'd have to have another public hearing. I'm not saying I'm not willing to do that. I just want to be clear that if we vote yes today or soon on this moratorium, it doesn't affect that property. Okay? Sir?
We understand.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is James Dubrowski. I live on Dunes Road in Hampton Bays. And
just can I change? The next speaker is Matt Drozdoff. Okay.
Okay. I live on Dunes Road in Hampton Bays, and I've lived on that block and in that neighborhood for 60 years, since 1964, when my dad first built his first house over there. We like to pay attention to what's going on in Town Hall and what you guys are up to, but there's been a couple of seeming what we would think are as voters and you know, constituents and people that live in a neighborhood that are were put through in kind of a deceptive way, and you didn't take the time to inform any of us what was going on. For example, Janice's map here. All my neighbors were sitting in the back in the beginning looking at this map, and this map's a smoke show. This doesn't even come close to showing what's really going on here. If you look at this map here, which I got from a staff report dated March 27th, if you put this map up here as opposed to this map, or if you took this map and you colored this in red and you got rid of these little green things here, I was wondering if you could have Janice like redo this map and show everybody what's really going on here and how close it is to how close this facility is to the neighborhood. So when I did this, I took this map. It's got a 1,600 feet scale on it. So I put a dot on the property. I made a 1,600 foot circle. And sure, my house is 1,600 feet away from this. So is Peconic Bay. So is the canal. So is all these other properties. So are 200 of my neighbors. You know, so is my mom and my cousins and my aunts and uncles. There's a bunch of us that live in this neighborhood. None of us knew about this until April 15th of this year, when many of us came back from winter vacations. So I think the board or the politicians or the people in charge of this should do a better job of notifying neighbors on what's going on here. Now, in terms of what you just said, Mr. Supervisor, the code as it was put through in 2020 during COVID, through these Zoom meetings, and you know, was all kind of like a bad thing for us, because nobody paid attention to that. Everybody's listening to all the news about COVID and trying to stay healthy and safe and stay alive, you know. So I think the issue that our council representatives should take up would be fixing the code and taking the 60,000 square foot residential requirement out of that code, and you should work on revising that, as opposed to delaying or letting this thing go on as planned. And anyway, I have a lot more to do, but the speech made by Councilwoman McNamara was fabulous. I would love to read that as an op-ed in the Southampton Press this week, if you're able to share that. I think that'd be cool.
I don't know that they'll print it, but
I think they should. It's in the public interest. And then the other thing is just a brief story. Is about 15 or 20 years ago, I also operate an automotive business in Hampton Bays, and I've been there for 37 years. So A bunch of years ago, I was going to buy a commercial property on Main Street in Hampton Bays to move my growing business and expand. And I probably fix some of your cars, and I probably fix your family's cars and all that. But the point of that is I went before the planning board with this plan to move my business to a bigger spot in the middle of town, back and on the railroad tracks. And Jim Zizzi on the planning board met me with fierce resistance. And he told me, Jim, we're really sorry, but you're not allowed to move your commercial business to another commercial property in town. You need to find light industrial. And as that has already been said, there is none in Hampton Bays. So I'm stuck with a small business on a small property in Hampton Bays, and
you're
I do the best I can.
You're in a residential area, right?
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
And the property's been like that since 1960, since since the police station was at this spot here, and since the
anyway, but that's
that's another story, yeah. But it's like I try to mind my own business and fix cars and go fishing and enjoy where we live, but seeing how it's the planning board and the town board and all the publicity that's going out over this should have this map up here, and I would hope that you would ask Janice to do that, and this way people can get a better idea of what's at stake here.
And for the record, you live on Dunes Road near the site, not Dune Road on the ocean.
I live on Dunes Road, 1,600 feet from the site. Yes, yes, exactly. And I have a whole bunch of family that's lived there for many generations, and it's our home. So my point would be that the code is wrong, and the code was done was done in a poorly done way. And I think you need to delay this thing and revisit the way you wrote the code. So thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, you're Matt.
Matt Drozdoff.
And Matt's followed by Bridget Mayer, right? Mar. Okay, 3 times the charm.
Okay, my name is Matt Drozdoff.
Can we get quiet, please? I'm just asking the audience to quiet down so I can hear you.
Okay, I've been a resident of Hampton Bays for 56 years, so we've been around. I'm, by training, I have a master's degree and a bachelor's degree in chemistry, and I've been studying the environment quite a bit in recent times. This project bothers me. To me, it seems like a boondoggle. Now, I know that's not based on what you said a few minutes ago, that's for a later discussion, but I think it's important for people to understand some of what we're dealing with here. Lithium batteries, the original project says lithium-ion batteries. It doesn't say lithium-ion or lithium-iron phosphate. The reality is lithium-iron phosphate, lithium cobalt phosphate are all lithium-ion batteries, but it's not spelled out here. The shelf life, the project life is stated for 20 years, okay? And I want to talk about that project life, and basically you're talking about battery systems that at best will last 10 years. Even your lithium iron phosphate battery may last 8 to 10 years, and I'll have a handout for you to cover that. Decommissioning these things is a real problem. Lithium batteries are a hazardous waste. In the EU, only 5% are even attempted to be recycled. You can't recycle these things, okay? But let's talk to decommissioning and what's in the presentation here. It reads, the owner and or operator of the lithium storage system shall continuously maintain a fund payable to the town of Southampton in a foreign amount approved by the town for the removal of the battery storage system for the period of life of the facility. All costs of the financial security shall be borne by the applicant. What is the amount to be reheld? Do you have any idea what it's going to cost? I don't think you do, because it's not in here. Let me just say that the Electric Power Research Institute says the total cost to decommission a 1 megawatt hour facility, not 100 megawatt hour. And if you go to the drainage report, it says a 200 megawatt hour maximum for the site. So we're not talking 100 megawatt hours, talking 200 megawatt hours. But for 1 megawatt hour, the cost to dispose of it is $91,500. So who keeps this money? Do you think an LLC
30
inside of an
seconds.
LLC is going to be responsible 5-10 years from now? I don't think so. The Key Capture Energy, which is the outfit that's handling South Hold and Cutchogue, is owned by the Koreans. You think they're going to pay when you have to replace this? And if you have to replace the system in 5 years, or 8 years, or 10 years, it's a double cost, because it's not only 90% of the cost of the decommission, but you have to pay for the new batteries. This becomes a very expensive boondoggle. But more importantly, it's unsafe. I was going to comment
3
on
minutes.
the Warwick fire. It was 2 fires, it was
Can you
2
wrap up?
facilities. Yeah, I'll wrap up. It's 2
One more
facilities less than 3 weeks ago that caught fire in the rain and burned for over a week. The last comment that they made about from the neighborhood, it is dubbed a significant health concern for the Orange County community. That's the official. This is not something we want in our neighborhood at this size.
We're going to go through the clerk there. Bridget, you are followed by Mia Millenhausen.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, neighbors. I would like to talk about communication. You've heard many references already to that, but I'm going to say my 2 cents. Many people, including some of the press, town council, members, best companies, and sustainability groups have been claiming that we, the Hampton Bays residents, are not getting it, and there is nothing to worry about. I believe the same can be said to these critics. We are, to a person, we have said ad nauseum that we are in favor of green, we are in favor of capturing solar and wind power. What we are saying is the opposition is to putting it in an industrial facility such as this in a residential and recreational area. Our learning curve is flattening. We know more about lithium batteries than anybody at this point. We have become detectives, town criers, engineers, scientists, and public speakers, which I don't like, all while we're deflecting mischaracterizations of who we are. We have heard that we need to be educated. We're hysterical. We're NIMBYs. Okay, no, we're not. We're reasonable people who are really concerned about a potentially hazardous and industrial eyesore blighting our community. We are saying not in anyone's backyard. I believe, and we've heard this, I believe Life and PSE&G expect that community outreach will be done on a project of this size. Okay, Southampton town officials seem to have taken a quiet approach to the North Road best proposal. Special exception, negative declaration, I know that's been mentioned, no communication to the residents, and COVID helped to move this along while we didn't get wind of it, okay? But, so we've had to go door to door, and it's remarkable what's being done. And at this point, we're keeping the residents up to speed, and we have nearly 3,000, possibly right now, we have 3,000 online signatures and additional paper signatures that I can present to whoever needs it. Okay, and the opposition is growing. And people are learning. People are still hearing about this for the first time. Okay, I find it interesting that every time, I keep doing this with my hands, I apologize, I don't know what that's about, but I find it interesting that every time there is an incident or a fire at a BESS facility, and there have been 2 in the last few weeks, East Hampton and Warwick, both considerably smaller, the proponents of a BESS near people's homes say, don't worry, these facilities are safe.
30 seconds.
Okay, I'm almost done. We can't seem to get straight answers. On a couple of occasions, including the June 13th town board meeting, the town council has said, come and pick up a fact sheet, okay? I called on June 30th, no fact sheet. It's forthcoming. I stopped in this morning, no fact sheet. Maybe it's the fact sheet you referred to, I don't know. But there's no fact sheet. Okay,
3 minutes.
Silver lining, I've met some of the greatest people during this, amazing, smart, dedicated Hampton Bays people and others. And I just want to thank you all for everything you've done.
All right, hold on, Mia. You're followed by Kristen Muehlenhausen.
All right, so I just wanted to kind of address a couple of things that I was really concerned with, not only with the BESS facility that everyone's talking about, but just BESS in general in a residential area. I just don't really understand how could there be a special exception to put this near so many residents. How did that come to be? So I'm coming to ask you that today.
Yeah, so it's really just make your comments known to us. I'll take a moment just to say that when we were writing this code, there certainly was an understanding at the time that these were relatively benign uses. So you guys are presenting us with information to the contrary, and that's what this public hearing is about. But when, we were looking at meeting our sustainability goals, reducing greenhouse gases, trying to address climate change, and, just like you have a battery in your car and a battery in your phone, and people with solar panels have batteries in their houses, there are batteries. And storing energy in batteries seemed to make a lot of sense.
Right, absolutely. And I don't think anyone disagrees with that. I think that there's, of course, a push towards green energy. It's very important. I think that any person with common sense would agree with that. But I think everyone also disagrees with that large of a facility being in a residential area. And I'm here not only representing myself, but our community and so many of my friends and peers and everyone in the community that couldn't be here because they were working. And just to really express our concerns. I mean, we've heard today that this is to preserve the way of life for future generations. I can't say anyone agrees with that. Don't think this is making anyone feel safe. I personally would never choose to raise a family with this being so close to my home. My home's less than a mile. I mean, the island isn't even a mile wide where this is being proposed. We've been referred to as a coastal community and coastal residency, and this is to serve the people who are there. Is that really what this is about? Is this really about helping us with energy, or is this really about, selling the money for cheaper and then, getting more of a profit? Because at the end of the day, I really don't feel that this is benefiting our community. I don't think anyone feels this is benefiting our community. So I really, and not near anything was also told to us today, not near anything. This is right near hundreds of residents. This is right near one of the most beautiful bays in the world, the Shinnecock Bay, and we will have other people speaking about that too. So I think that before these quote experts come in here and tell you all this information, that we really have to consider not only this quote expert, experimental data, but also think about the real life factual data, all of the negatives that have happened, and what happens if something bad does happen, because ultimately it will happen. How are we getting out of this island? This is right near the train and the one highway that we have. It's a 2-lane highway. How are we getting out? Environmental studies? I mean, the list just keeps going on. I don't really know. I mean, there's just so much to consider.
All right, Kristen, you are next, followed by Steve. Is it Crispinelli? All right, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and Cindy, you rock my world. That was really good. I'm going to actually read a letter from a bayman. He's been a bayman for 35 years. This was written by Jamie Krause. He couldn't be here today because he's working the bay. His wife, Peggy, is also working at our beautiful hospital. So a lot of my colleagues couldn't be here. I'd say about 20. So just imagine if they were here too, and the rooms are overflowing. Jamie Krause, full-time commercial fisherman based in the Hampton Bays area for 35 years. Please consider my perspective on Green Agenda. The Green Agenda has been subsidized to an obscene degree. For example, I have first-hand knowledge of a ridiculous amount of money paid to certain fishermen who aided in the windmill installation and its operation. Despite these subsidies and assurances from the governor of New York that the wind farms would save us money on our electric bills and that they would be a boon to our local economy, the super-subsidized foreign-based company, Ørsted, is going under. But good luck getting any public media information on that. At the beginning stages of the windmill projects, I'm guessing 3 to 4 years ago, there was a lack of studies about the possible negative effects on the environment. And this parallels what we're dealing with. Suddenly, there are alarms going off about the recent deaths of numerous whales, likely reaction from the operations. The windmills have a negative impact overall on our fishing fleet. Recently, an Ørsted worker was at the commercial fishing dock. We talked about subsidies. He told me that the oil companies are also subsidized. Why are farmers not receiving subsidies like these, or fishermen? Regardless, fishermen were doing a lot better before the wind farms and their subsidizers came along. To be able to debate this issue effectively, experts who are opposed to lithium facility need to be involved. Relying on infomercial supporters for facts or data can lead to disaster. Will this lithium BESS facility go the way of the windmills? I have argued here that wind farms are already ineffectual and cost ineffective. I'm closing. I am in favor of practical green energy, not government subsidized impractical regulations imposed on us without recourse. Another point, the map. I appreciate you guys coming up and giving us your points, but I was kind of shaking in my chair and I had to just control myself. But to say something is, no one lives there. You really have to do a walkthrough of this neighborhood. It's really impressive. We've had News 12 walking that neighborhood.
30 seconds.
There are a lot of communities within that community. I have gone door to door in that community. I met a 2-day-old newborn the other day. I've met shelter dogs. I'm going door to door. If anyone needs a campaigner, I think I know how to do it. But the moral of the story is, I met so many people last night who said, you gotta be kidding me, this can't happen, and they had no idea. And I just wanna really emphasize, I think that's one of the biggest problems here, is people learning like very late in the game and being very
3
upset
minutes.
about their properties and their potential health being in a bad situation next to a BESS facility. You need to know that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve
All
Crispinelli.
right, before you start up,
First thing I'd like to say
you're
is-
Steve, right?
Yeah, I'm Steve.
All right, so Steve, you are followed by Patricia Kelly Stiles.
First thing I'd like to say is that let's make sure that we have an understanding that there's a difference between being angry and being scared. This group is not scared, it's angry. And the 2,000 names on that petition are also voters, and you should understand that. And I have 2 things to say. One is called OODA, which you may not be familiar with, but you all use it. And the other is Hanlon's razor. OODA was developed by an Air Force colonel in the Korean War to figure out how to beat the enemy. And he did a very good job of it. And it's been used by industry and by commercial entities, by governments, to figure out how to get to the point of making a decision. Observe, orient, decide, act. We've started with act. The observation did not include the community. Mistake. Feedback. You're getting it now. You didn't get it when you should have. We keep getting told that this is not to do with what's already been done. You can't change that, right? Because you are constrained somehow. 8 years since the malignant issue of having a diner show up at the beginning of this beautiful community hasn't changed, because you can't change the rules. But you can change the rules to get BESS in. Hanlon's razor. Never attribute to malice that which can be adequately explained by stupidity. Stupidity. Stupidity because you haven't looked into things. You've accepted experts. Expert is somebody who lives down the street. You haven't taken a look at things that should have been taken a look at. Now you're telling us we can't change what's already been decided. Baloney. You have the power to do what you want, and you should do it. And you should remember The community needs to be consulted, not after the fact and not by experts. The community is angry. They're not scared. We'll live with this. By the way, observe includes community input.
30
Like,
seconds.
are there going to be reductions in the values of homes? Real estate agents don't care because if the value of the home goes down, they sell more houses. If the value of the home goes up, they sell less houses, but they make more money. Had that been considered? Did you take a survey? Did you take a look at what the real estate agents would say about putting something this in a residential community?
3 minutes.
Did you take a look at that? The sound, 60 to 80 decibel levels. Did anybody put a loudspeaker and then a recording device on similar devices to test whether or not that would disturb somebody sleeping at 2 o'clock in the morning in a residential area? You haven't done it. You haven't done the hard work. The planning board just accepted what should be accepted. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Finally, never attribute to malice that which can adequately explain by stupidity. Actually, I believe stupidity and malice can exist at the same place at the same time. Follow the money. What's going on here? Who's going to lease this property? That person who leases the property still owns it. That money he has to pay back if he gets a loan is guaranteed by the company that is leasing the property.
4
He can
minutes.
go to a bank who is funding the company that is making the whole issue happen, and he could say, how about lending me $500,000? These guys will pay it off because I have a lease.
Steve, you got to wrap up it.
I will. And where does that $500,000 go? Does it go to him? Does it go to others? Where is the money going? Where's the money coming from? This thing is too big. This thing is a capitalistic enterprise, bar none, which will make a lot of people a lot of money, and we don't know the beginnings of it. This has been secret for too long. The fact that it's been secret lends me to believe that there's something more going on, and it has to do with money. Explain it. Can you?
5
Can
minutes.
anybody? I bet you a judge can, sooner or later.
All right, Patricia is followed by Pat McKee.
Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I have been a homeowner in Hampton Bays since 1976. I'm a year-round resident since 2017. I was very grateful to be here during those pandemic months and years. I found my community a safe and peaceful environment where I could actually get out of the house, take a walk, breathe deeply, and have little fear of seeing anyone else. I think that part of what's going on here is an education of myself along with others. So we are impressed with the complexity of the issue that surrounds the concept of BESS. It is an ever-evolving technology. It is only one of several responses being considered socially at this time to help green not only our local community, but our country. And I think the more we delve into the complexity of the ever-evolving technology for safe battery energy storage systems, as well as the education of the communities that might have them placed within, we become more and more understanding of the concerns. The timing of the adoption of the existing town code of January 2021, having been studied for 19 months, which puts us back in 2019, where many people were concerned about much more than what would be happening with energy, but rather what would be happening with immediate life issues, can easily allow the town board, the town planning board, to understand why the current response may not have been voiced at that time. I would like to say that I support the moratorium that's being proposed by Ms. McNamara. I advocate at this point in time to extend the time period that's stated in the moratorium beyond 3 months. The complexity of what we're dealing with on both sides, the technical issue as well as the community issue, would not be able to be addressed in that limited period. I advocate for the inclusion of Canal Southampton Battery Storage Site in the moratorium. Why? Because the deficits in the plan that the speakers before me and in the reports from both the state and Southampton, Suffolk County need to be addressed.
30 seconds.
Especially number 9 and number 10 in the Southampton, in the Suffolk County response. I'll just deal with one because the environmental issues related to the beautiful water that surrounds us has been mentioned. The staff notes that the site is within a designated PEJ area. Projects that are situated in this area should receive heightened awareness for
3 minutes.
resident knowledge and understanding of changes in their community. Meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, the implementation, the enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies have to be considered. It appears that that significant part of what was going on could not have been considered during our pandemic time, when life as usual was not usual. So thank you for your time. I appreciate the ability to speak. And again, I definitely support the moratorium. I advocate that the time limit be extended and that the supervisor and town board members do their best to educate the planning board on what needs to be done. Thank you.
All right, so Pat McKee, and then Marion Bowden, I think, is next.
Should I start? My name is Pat McKee. I live on the east side of the canal in Hampton Bays, a few hundred yards from the proposed North Road BESS site. I've reviewed the zoning requirements for BESS in various communities on Long Island, and sadly, Southampton seems to be on the lenient side. But even Southampton zoning requirements for BESS specify avoidance areas, areas that have special environmental, cultural, and recreational value. By the town's admission, these avoidance areas should not have a BESS site, and our community meets all 3 criteria for an avoidance area. We're environmentally sensitive, we have cultural significance, and we have recreational value. If you haven't taken time to visit the community, I invite you to do so. In the meantime, I'm going to take you on a virtual tour. Imagine driving west on North Road in Hampton Bays. The North Road, or the designated North Road Best site will be on the left, and you'll make a sharp right turn onto Canal Road. Just a few feet, the first thing you'll see is the lock. Now, you may not think locks are very special, but did you know that in the entire United States there are only 171 locks? And the invention of both locks and canals can be traced all the way back to Leonardo da Vinci. After you finish admiring this engineering wonder, you can stroll along our beautiful canal, which connects the Peconic Bay with the Shinnecock Bay and the Atlantic Ocean. Officially, digging of the canal began in 1884, but its history predates colonial times and is strongly connected to our Indian tribes. The reason the area is called Canoe Place is because before the canal was dug, the Indians used the area for portage and had to carry or drag their canoes along the small patch of land between the two bays. As you walk along the beautiful canal, you'll see scores of people fishing and picnicking on the grass. If you're smart enough to bring along a fishing pole, you can bring home your dinner for your whole family. If you keep walking a short distance away, you'll see the Shinnecock Marina with its beautiful sailboats and yachts, and then you'll reach Mashut Beach, which, by the way, is designated as an environmentally sensitive area. There you'll see hundreds of tourists and residents enjoying the beautiful and safe waters of the Peconic Bay. Perfect beach for a family with young children. I myself remember that's where I learned how to swim, and I bet many of you in this room took the Red Cross swimming lessons right there at Mashut Beach. Back then it was, of course, a town beach. Systems like this are needed, but not smack dab in the middle of a residential, culturally significant, environmentally sensitive, and very popular recreational area. The community stands united against this abomination, and I entreat the town board to follow their own guidelines and hear the voice of the people. Thank you.
All right, Marion, I have you as the next two cards, so.
Okay, give me double.
But then I have.
You can even give me triple. I won't fight you.
Hold
I'll
on
speak personally.
Wait
first.
1 second, Marion. So on deck is Thomas Murray.
Am I speaking first for myself and then going right into the civic? I'm speaking also as a representative of the Civic Association.
Are you speaking for the Civic Association?
Yes, I am. I'm vice president. I was asked by the board last night to speak here today.
All right.
But I want to speak for myself.
I'll just give you 6 minutes and do your thing.
Okay, but thank you. First of all, I'd like to speak to the NYSERDA person. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. But I want you to notice this craftily cropped map and compare it to this teeny tiny spit of land here, which is what we are talking about. You know, up here it doesn't look very impressive. This is the Shinnecock Canal. This is Peconic Bay with the beach. This is Shinnecock Bay. Okay? This is on top, and everything flows down towards the water with the, you know, if you had the whole picture, I think maybe you would have had a slightly different assessment. I ask you to consider it. I don't know what your assessment will be, but it was craftily cropped. And from everything all the experts are saying, these things are so safe with the New York State codes that I'm beginning to think that the press and various municipalities were lying to us about Warwick. Clearly, it could not have happened in New York. It must have been New Jersey's fault, because everything here is mandated to be so safe. Okay. You are public servants. And when you retire or move on to bigger and better things, whether it's temporarily or for all eternity, your career will be certainly noticed and noted. Public servants, public service, yada, yada, yada. But there's a question, I think, of, it's kind of a misnomer in this case. I think all of us feel that we've been besieged by a lot of development pressures, where small concern seems to be geared at the developer. I remember Janice at one point saying about Mr. Kiola's DOJ, well, after all, the developer is entitled to make a profit. Well, is a developer entitled to make a profit? I don't have a problem with that, and I'm not a communist, but he started settling his land like 10 years ago in the beginning of the biggest real estate boom out here. So, I think he would make a profit even if he did nothing with it. But do we have a responsibility yet? We seem to feel we do, because even with the Bel Air, when the two developers came in response to an RFP, we were told, oh, well, if we drop out of this, maybe we'll have to pay them for the work that they did. Hello? Come on, this is craziness. So there's a misnomer as sometimes, at least in our perception, as to whom you are working for, really. And I hope you would, part of your decision-making might clear that up. I wish I had better glasses here, I'm sorry. What possessed you to make it possible to put this here? I guess that's another thing that truly bothers me. This is a residential area. It's zoned R. Anything that begins with an R is either residential or resort waterfront business. It's not light industrial, it's not manufacturing, it's not anything. Anything that begins with an R should be just crossed off the map. And so here it was an R district, and we end up being told, oh, it's an isolated area, it's industrial, it's this, it's that, it's the other. And after a while you say, why? What possessed you? You should have known that it wasn't just this map. People, I'm sure you've all been to Michoud and to the canal. It may be late in the game, but I kind of associate this with a bride walking down the aisle, okay? And she gets near the altar and she changes her mind. It might be embarrassing, it might be this and it might be that, but it's legal. She can change her mind. This thing has not been approved. It has not been disapproved. But I don't know what the reluctance is, where we can't include this in the moratorium because it's so close to the finish line, yada, yada, yada. Heck, we haven't reached the altar yet. We can turn the ship around if we have the will. Okay, so it's not too late. New information is coming out every day, which is really kind of scary, and yet it's good to have the information. I myself, John, just to reassure you, because I understand you're the greenest person on the town board, for about 40 years didn't have a paper plate or a paper cup or anything in my house unless I had a big party, which was, they were few and far between. I've backslid a little over the last couple of years, but not much. So my PSE&G bill is $89 a month. I think that's pretty good. So I think I'm very aware of my role in the environment, my own personal role in the environment. So I ask you, as public servants serving the public, to include the Best Canal in your moratorium, whether you can do it today in this schedule, or as you seem to indicate, Jay, that you have to have another public hearing and another blah, 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 blah. And I also ask you, for the future of the town of Southampton, please change it so that these things cannot be considered in anything that begins with the letter R. I should think of something R for what? I don't know, but I can't think of it. But thank you. Now, Marion Bowden will stop speaking, and the Hampton Bay Civic Association.
No, I have her 2 minutes left of the 6.
Just to go on the record, last night the Civic Association Board unanimously voted that today I try to get something into the record stating their opposition to this
6 minutes.
this facility at this site. And again, I reiterate what everybody has said, it's at this site. Unfortunately, my printer was malfunctioning today, and the meeting was last night, and I didn't get a chance to type up something new to give you, but I promise I will. But I would like to read, it's essentially from a letter the Hampton Bay Civic Association wrote to the planning board.
Mary, can you do this in 1 minute? Because I have 1 minute left on your 6 minutes.
I have 6 minutes.
And you have 7 here, so.
You have what?
Just try to finish up in a minute.
I will. I'm not going to read very much. This was submitted to the planning board, and this is essentially what you'll get, only brought a little more up to date. But I want you to realize that the membership, the entire membership, and there were over 100 people there, voted for this, and then the board voted again to send it to you. And I underlined just 3 sentences, I think. This is prepared by one of the people on the board who's an attorney. The CEQA resolutions impose a non-discretionary duty on a reviewing agency to rescind a negative deck, I realize it's not yours, of new information, as new information becomes available, indicating that the proposed action may have a significant effect on the environment, and this code is cited, New York, blah, 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 blah. Okay. The planning board made a recommendation to the town board in April of 2023 that a moratorium be put in place for all breast facilities because members of the board did not feel they had sufficient knowledge or information about such facilities to be able to make planning decisions regarding their application. So the very planning board had questions if they, and we still are told we kind of have to go full steam ahead. Then the residents at an April 27th planning board meeting voiced their serious concerns about the many significant environmental hazards that had not been properly considered by the planning board. And the very fact that the planning board recommended a moratorium on these facilities suggests that the negative deck was issued without sufficient information. It's impossible to understand how the planning board could have approved this facility and yet halt all other applications until its members have a better understanding of the technology and hazards. We should not have to resort to legal action to protect our homes and families, but I will tell you the will is there. Our elected leaders and their appointed boards should be more concerned about our health and safety than about the profits of a business. We are asking you to do the right thing for the people you serve as public servants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marion. All right, so Thomas Murray, followed by Nicholas Petrakis? Thank you.
Thomas Murray, 7 Lawrence Avenue, Hampton Bays. I first came to the canal area and enjoyed it in 1947. It's got a wonderful history and I hope a bright future. 2 things. I'm not going to say much. I want to comment on something and then I'm going to ask a question and I'm going to give you a definition. And the comment is I strongly support all this concern about the location of North Road. And I want to commend Bill Muir for this document that he wrote. It was excellent, well-researched, well-composed, and very informative, laying out a very challenging and difficult topic. Bill, nice job. The second thing, I have a question, if I'm allowed to present one. The moratorium does not include the North Road location. Is there a possibility that that could be approved during the time of a moratorium that does not include it? I mean, could that carry on and proceed behind the scene in the meantime? Do I make is it clear or unclear question?
So what we're hearing today is a moratorium it's a 3-month moratorium on any new applications. So when the town put the zoning in place, we didn't pick this property, we didn't pick any properties. Yeah. We just said certain types of properties were suitable, and you had to meet certain conditions, and the owner of this property or the company that is working with the owner to try to develop here picked this property primarily because its location next to a substation, and felt that it met the criteria and put forth a proposal which the application was deemed complete by the planning board, because all these have to go through the planning board. They completed the SECRA, which is the State Environmental Quality Review Act, determined that they didn't see adverse impacts from it. Now, based on new information, the planning board may reverse that. In fact, there's probably a likelihood that they will reverse that and then trigger more environmental review, and the possibility that they could determine that they can't address all the impacts, whether it's the evacuation issues or other types of firematic issues, and they could deny the project. That could happen. Meanwhile, the board could consider a different moratorium than the one in front of us today. This one will stop all new applications, but we could look at this property and say, okay, the planning board can continue their review, ask all of their questions. Maybe they're gonna ask for more secret, reopen the secret, but we could say, you know what? We don't want the building department to issue a permit here. We don't want a permit for this because we might want to change the code, and in that code change, this might turn out to not be an appropriate site, or maybe under certain or maybe under certain conditions, it could be appropriate, different scale, et cetera. So that, all that stuff is possible if we have the time, if we can stop a permit from being issued. That would allow the planning board, though, to continue to review it and go through their process. It's a little tricky because they're in the middle of a process, they're in the middle of a public hearing to shut down that process. But again, you know, these are legal questions, and it's something that the board can consider. Could the board stop the planning board in mid-track? It's a legal question, I don't know. But the board can certainly stop the issuance of a building permit. But that's not what's in front of us today. That's something I think that's worthy of consideration.
The concern we have is not in front of you today.
Yeah.
This can't go around, and all of a sudden, we're all told that passed.
If this moratorium is approved,
If this
the
moratorium,
planning board continues to process, and if the planning board finishes their process, and once they close that hearing, they have, I think, 62 days to make a determination, and then it would go to the building department to issue the permit. Unless there's a moratorium that stops the issuance of that permit.
So I stated,
Any clarity on this?
I stated at the meeting when you all spoke, when we said that it was not included in this moratorium that we're hearing about today, that I would like to include it in the moratorium. I do have a resolution drafted for a 6-month moratorium that does include this property, if the board is so inclined. And that would be a separate public
my
question
question cannot be answered.
By the way,
My question can't be
I
answered.
also have a resolution prepared for a 6-month moratorium that includes the canal property.
That's where we need to go. Thank you. The third thing is just the definition. I haven't heard the word expert mentioned so many times in one meeting, ever, ever. 1963, a very prominent person was introduced in a very flowery way and referred to as an expert. He gets up and said, "Thank you very much, but I'm very uncomfortable with that word." Because if you take the word and break it down phonetically, X is an unknown quantity, and spurts a drip under pressure.
Jim, I was going to say, do you want to comment on
Just on
that?
the point of the 62-day period, whether if this board includes the present application in the moratorium, I do believe that even the language as proposed today's moratorium, under 314-7, it talks about statutory authority and supersession. I believe that language would stop any tolling of the, it would toll the requirement for the planning board to make the decision within the 62 days, I believe. I'm fairly confident that that provision there allows us for a brief supersession of the town law that applies to the 62-day period.
So, but right now, it's adjourned indefinitely at the planning board, which I don't know that they can adjourn it indefinitely, public hearing. They're gonna eventually have to re-entertain it. And my understanding is that they are actively considering changing their secret to either a conditioned neg deck or a POS deck. POS deck would trigger an environmental impact study. All the issues would be identified. If there'd be scoping sessions, it will take a while. And if they are not addressed, the planning board has a mechanism to simply deny the project because they could not mitigate the concerns.
Right. I'm just addressing that specifically the 62-day period, which I think Mr. Murray was bringing up. But as you say, Mr. Supervisor, if the planning board changes their secret determination, that pushes any kind of decision from the planning board, far down the road.
The moratorium that I had drafted, it removes them as an exclusion altogether and includes them in our process, so that going forward, if we enact any changes in the code, they would have to comply with those changes.
Right. We just have to make sure
Yeah,
both this board and the
mine is
planning board
similar.
makes any decision that has
This
to be
would-
based on sound evidence.
But this
and-
would remove it
and-
from the planning board's purview for them, in while the moratorium
It
is in
tolls
effect.
the planning board's action, and it also tolls if the planning board was at the point, I'm not exactly sure where they are. The supervisor
They have an
said
open
that they're-
public hearing.
Open public hearing. There was some concern that they were at a point where they're almost reaching a point where they have to have closed the public hearing, and then once they close the public hearing, they do, on the state town law, they have 62 days from that point to make a decision. But with the moratorium language in here and our supersession language, I believe that has the ability to toll that period for.
Is that in the moratorium that we're hearing today?
Yeah,
or-
it's in there. It's the same language. It's good language. It's
All right, so we
314-7.
can,
Yeah,
we,
We
all right, I
could
mean,
we could
there's-
adopt the same language if we want to include the present application in a moratorium. And this language would apply, and I think we could rely on this language to toll any.
But they would still remain in this as an exception, in the current moratorium language. It's in there as an exception.
They
They're an
could- you mean
exception
it-
to this chapter.
Right, but yes, well.
They would not be party to this
To the,
moratorium.
as presented. But
Yes,
you're
but if we
talking-
change it and we
Sure.
remove them as an exception, we would freeze everything. And back in April, when we discussed a moratorium, I think the planning board made it clear that they were not comfortable making a decision. So this would put it back on the town board to make sure that they had the training that they needed, they had the information. We would look at the code, we get input on the code, we address the code, and then everything is included
Right.
in
Well,
that
the planning
code.
It's the
board is-
specific reason why you have a moratorium. in
The
this
planning board is
situation.
putting together questions for the applicant. They're trying to get answers to the very questions that the
Yeah,
community is
exactly.
concerned
These are-
about.
these are all legitimate
And they may
issues
do
that
that
they
through the
face.
secret process, which is also another pathway to either approve or deny the project. So
Absolutely.
we have a lot to discuss.
Yeah, and we're not the only municipality facing this. This is like we said, it brought up Warwick.
Meanwhile, meanwhile, we're in the middle of a public hearing on a moratorium that does not include that property. But we'll continue to discuss this later to decide, based on the comment today, whether we should approve it as is or modify it or start with a
Have a new
different.
public hearing.
Have a new public hearing. All right, so I got Nicholas Petrakis, I think was.
Supervisor, I'm here to speak on fire safety. If you'd like me to defer my comments to the end of the public hearing to make sure that I can answer everyone's concerns, or I can talk.
I'd rather have you come and speak, but if you're an expert on that issue, I might want to have you stay available so that I could bring you back to address questions. But, okay, and then next will be Marty Listle? Thank you, Marty. All right.
Mr. Supervisor and members of the board, thank you for having me. I am the expert in fire safety. I know you just mentioned that word expert. My name is Nicholas Petrakis. I'm a professional engineer. I am also previously, before joining the group that I'm representing today, Energy Safety Response Group, I was the Assistant Deputy Director in the New York City Fire Department Sustainability Unit. And what I did in New York City is I reviewed battery energy storage systems in a place that is extremely urban, densely populated, like New York City. And I kind of had something I want to say. I don't really want to talk on a lot of my talking points other than to mention that where everyone is now with all of these concerns, I think they're absolutely warranted because I was there too. I sat in that seat as a regulator, as a public servant back in 2014 when this technology first came to New York City, where we had integrators coming to us and they told us, these aren't going to go on fire. These are completely safe. And the principal founder of my company, ESRG, who's actually retired lieutenant from hazmat operations, was sitting in the room with me. He said, prove it to us. I want you to prove that the system is not going to go on fire. So what we did as a group with the fire department, and which I'm very proud of, we worked with Underwriters Laboratories, that Bill had mentioned is a reputable independent third-party company that actually made a test method to burn these things, put them on fire and see what happens. This is not a completely novel technology. This test has been around for some years. This technology is evolving, like any technology is, but there's a tremendous amount of information that has been released ever since that technology has been in its infancy. And I want to talk about, one of the important things, because first of all, I want to say I am very happy to see the members of Southampton come out and join together to speak on something that they are concerned with. I think it's kudos to you. When I was in New York City, I didn't hear any sort of public comments. I was just getting it from the other side of the table. But I do want to mention that, the 2020 New York State Uniform Fire Prevention Code was ahead of its time. The 2020 edition was based off of the 2021 International Fire Code, which is still in effect today for energy storage systems. And I believe it is one of the most stringent all-encompassing regulations for energy storage systems safely. Unfortunately, the Warwick incident happened, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It happened. I saw it on the news. The second I saw it, I was like, this is terrible. This is bad. But I saw a silver lining in it. Every single one of those firefighters went home that day. The event that happened in East Hampton, every single one of those firefighters went home that day. What happened, and I will get to that, because I do have some News 12 articles. We can't go too much into, because I'd rather sit back and see what happens with the investigation, but I do want to talk about that. There was a mention of the Arizona incident from Mr. Arnold, which is actually one of the incidents that shake the entire industry in Peoria, Arizona, when an APS facility deflagrated and produced an overpressure because of a thermal runaway incident. 4 of those firefighters did not go home to their families that day. They went to the emergency room. Thankfully, they're alive. They're back in service, thank God. But the events that happened in APS triggered a wave of changes to the International Fire Code to NFPA 855, which is not completely unchanged since 2019. They actually had a tentative interim agreement to change the requirements to make sure that they have safety incorporated to build a robust system. And I hate saying it because I could see it when I'm mentioning a successful failure. The incident in Warwick, every single one of those people went home. They did not have to do a mass evacuation. They did evacuate the baseball field out of an abundance of caution. The Warwick Fire Department did a tremendous job. We greatly love what they did. They were defensive. They didn't use an excess amount of water, so we don't have to worry about water runoff and containment. There was concerns about the smell. My understanding of the incident is that there were no hospitalizations due to any sort of acute issues to any sort of respiratory. So I want to hear about that, because I see that there are some questions. So if I'm wrong, I want to hear.
I'm a medical person, and I worked during 9/11.
I can't hear this.
Yes.
Hey, can you step away from the microphone? Not away, but not so close.
Are you stepping up to give expert testimony related to this particular issue?
I didn't know if I can ask him.
I can't have it back and forth, so I would say not at this point, but let Nicholas finish his comments, and he's going to be around to provide answers to questions, technical questions.
So, I mean, all in all, you know, I'm here with tremendous opposition from what I'm here for, which is I am in opposition of the moratorium, solely because I believe in these fire codes. I believe in these fire codes not only because I believe they're the most robust and stringent fire codes in the country. I was a member of development for the New York City fire codes, which are very similar. I also am a sitting member of the NFPA 855 committee and on all of the listing standards that are in development to test these systems. We have a full-scale testing lab in Ohio where my boss actually gets to burn them, and I'm very jealous that he gets to do that because it's actually very interesting to see. But the reason why we do that is because these systems obviously have an inherent risk, as any energy storage system would or any energy generating system would. And this is the only industry that requires them to be burned to see what happens so we can design our protection systems. As an engineer, I believe in a holistic protection approach with multiple layers of safety. These systems have those multiple layers of safety incorporated, and I'm just here at the mercy of the people of Southampton to understand where these fire codes are coming from. It's not completely new. This is something that has been in revisions, and I believe where we are right now with these codes are at the absolute best and safest holistically for this technology. So, and
can you comment
yes.
on, although the moratorium doesn't include that parcel that's behind you?
Yes.
Do you feel that's a safe location for this type of technology?
So I'm going to give you sort of a generic answer, and I'm sure everyone's not going to like the way that I say this, but if it's designed as per the requirements of the fire code, it is holistically capturing all of the safety requirements. You could put that here. You could put that in New York City. I understand that is a concern in this area.
So guys, I asked the question. Let him answer the question.
I understand.
Let him answer the question. Excuse me. Let him answer the question. You don't have to agree with it, but just.
I appreciate the sentiment.
He has to speak. Then don't. But don't interrupt the speaker, okay?
And I appreciate that because, like I mentioned before, the way that the fire codes are written, and they're encompassing any sort, they scale up with safety because we're required to fully burn these systems and test them. Doesn't matter if it's 5 kilowatt hours, doesn't matter if it's 5 megawatt hours.
Can I ask you a question?
Guys, come on. We're going to produce a transcript here. It's not going to work with. hello?
I just want to ask.
I cannot, excuse me, I can't have a meeting where we're recording everything. I don't have mics on you guys. He's got a microphone and we have a microphone. You're gonna have plenty of time to be heard. So, all right.
So I just wanna ask-
I had asked a question of this gentleman and I was hoping to get an answer, so.
Yes, so Supervisor, if the installation is designed as per the fire codes without any sort of special, reductions in any sort of the safeties or elimination of the safeties, I believe it is, an installation that is safely warranted to be installed within the binds of the fire codes, and all the hazards will be addressed to the best that they can be with any sort of energy storage. And I'm really strictly speaking on that in fire code because that is my specialty and that's what I worked on. But yes, that's truly what I believe. If it's designed to the codes.
Can you answer why New York State has not adopted the NFPA 855 code?
That's sort of a code thing. Some states are NFPA codes where they adopt what is called a standard. And then there is the IFC, which is an international code development. New York State just happens to be an IFC state. If you look through IFC, the 2021 edition of the IFC, which the 2020 New York State is based off of, it almost exactly mirrors NFPA 855. Their requirements are very similar. And one of the key components of that is the full-scale fire testing, because both agencies together understand that this is a really critical component for safety.
Can you please take one step back?
Sorry. Cindy, did that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question too.
All right, Councilman
So-
Martell.
Can you walk me through an incident, whether it be 1 container, 10 containers? Tell me what happens. Tell me when it is at a level where it's out of control.
So there's a lot of big incidents that have happened. I have to stay away from the mic. There's a lot of notable incidents that have happened. Very easy Google search away. I think the most recent one, the Warwick incident, there's not a lot of information on it, but these systems are containerized. So they're non-enterable, they're non-walking, your typical outdoor system. All of the safeties are built in and you can really only access it from the outside. 9540A is a test where they burn it and they show that that thermal runaway, that fire is going to be contained just to the originating module. That is what they call a reasonable or expected worst case scenario. Well, worst case scenarios sometimes aren't that common. Sometimes we have something that's much more unexpected. That fire might break out of that container. The benefit of these systems being containerized and a lot of their robustness that they're built in is that that system can burn, fully consume itself without jumping that aisle and involving another container that's on that property, and it will be maintained within that property line, within that lot. That is what I would call a best case scenario. It burns off a lot of those flammable gases. Firefighters are not going to be aggressively having to enter any building where they're going to have to do aggressive firefighting tactics. They can be defensive in nature. They can use water on adjacent systems to cool it down if it's overheating, if they're getting information.
5 minutes?
This is expert testimony.
Supervisor, I can yield and
I
I
asked
can
him
stay
to provide
afterwards.
some technical expertise.
This is not a debate.
I could stay. I'm more than happy to stay here and answer concerns. Personally, answer your concerns as well. Ultimately, that's kind of what I wanted to speak about.
All right.
That's the best case
And
scenario.
if you're
It's
able to
isolated
stick
an
around to
individual
answer
container.
technical questions.
I can,
You know,
absolutely.
this guy's not working for the developer. This guy is a technical expert. And that's
Full-
what,
full- full-
whatever
full-
this,
no, no, full- full-
whatever,
full
whatever
disclosure.
this,
So no,
Go
full
ahead.
disclosure, I am a safety consultant to this project itself as well.
That should have been disclosed in the beginning.
Oh, you should have said that.
That should have been
I
said at the
apologize.
beginning.
You should have said that.
We are working with the developer.
You should have said that.
We are safety consultants for the industry because we believe if there's a failure, it would be a tremendous black eye to the entire industry.
All right,
should have
thank
been-
you,
that
thank
should have
you,
been disclosed
Nicholas.
from the beginning.
Have a seat. Yeah. I mean, if you have a financial interest in the development, you really need to disclose that.
Check your pockets.
Yeah. All right. Who are you talking about? Me? Excuse me? All right. All right, so Marty List.
Hello, my name is Marty.
And hold on, you're, Dolores Riley is to follow. D. Riley.
Okay. My name is Marty Listle. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm not as eloquent as the fellow before, but I will say that I've been a supervisor on many industrial powerhouses, including 2 nuclear sites. And these things were the safest thing you could possibly imagine. They had every kind of every kind of precaution, and this, guess what? Every once in a while, they went down, and it happens. It just happens. No matter what he says, and no matter what he says about the safety and stuff like that, it happens. The other thing I'd like to say is that they're constantly changing the formula of these batteries. So how can you say that we have all the technology to take care of this, but now we're going to change the technology of it. So now we have a new gorilla in the room, and now you have a whole new scenario. The other thing is, last summer there was a water shortage, and it was really tough because it let us know how fragile our water system is. And now you're talking about putting a load of water on the stuff that getting more chemical into the ground. And it can't be good. It just can't be good. And as far as containment goes, I don't see anything in the planning how to have this whole thing is containerized. And that's about all I got to say.
All right, thank you. All right, Dolores is followed by Lori Verdeschi.
Hi, thank you for your time. Dolores Riley, 12 South Valley Road, Hampton Bays. Thank you for this. I love this. I talked at a bunch of other meetings, and one of the things I said was, and I didn't say this, but I'll say it now, if we, all the Hampton Bays residents, were to receive something like this before it comes here, it would make our lives so much easier. And one of the things I did mention at a previous meeting is that I have never seen a map that I have been able to follow. And I honestly think with the overlay district, I might have supported that, but I couldn't figure out what on earth anybody was talking about. So just a couple of things. And I think that we all agree about, we think that this is a great thing. I was thinking maybe you could change the moratorium to 5 to 10 years, which might be a little bit optimistic. It's not a bad idea on, basically what you're saying. And it's not that we are afraid, it is that we're angry, but I am afraid. I am afraid. I love Hampton Bays. I don't want it to change. I would not want to be where those people live. And at some point I had heard somebody saying that they knew someone who was renting a house, and they just found out that because of Best, that house was going to be torn down, and they had to move. It's like there's not enough communication. And I had this big thing prepared, but Jay, you kind of took it away from me, luckily, because I was going to say that I went to the last planning board meeting, and I spoke about the movie theater, and I've spoken about the movie theater here as well. And what they told me at the planning board was, well, basically this is a done deal. It's with the planning board. And I thought, well, that I don't understand. Gail had mentioned something about I tried to read traffic survey. I couldn't, the traffic study, I couldn't really get through it. It's like something that we need in this town and we should keep in this town. And then I thought, why does the planning board have more power than the town board? But now from what I'm hearing, hopefully that is not true. That hopefully you can and will, tomorrow maybe, go to the planning board and say, oops, we have to put this on hold. We have to figure out a way that the moratorium is not just for 3, I'd be happy with 6 months or a year. It doesn't have to be 5 or 10, but that it doesn't help us, as you pointed out, it doesn't help us to put a moratorium on new applications, and then the other application that no one wants gets in. So that is basically all I have to say. And the planning board told me that the only way I could fight the movie theater was to come back here. I know tonight is not the place to do it, but I'm glad to know that there's a way to get it out of the planning board and back into the town board. So thank you.
All right, Lori
Yes.
is next. You are followed by Bill Oberker.
So, I was really encouraged with the idea of 2 resolutions that are talking about a 6-month moratorium that includes the canal site. Can we just talk about that? Like, can you guys talk about, seriously, I know, there's 5 members of the board. I'm learning all this stuff as we go along. If you have a resolution and you have a resolution, 3 others of you could maybe speak to that and like what you think about that, and it would be really a nice like back and forth. Because I came and talked about BEST before. I have a whole bunch of, I could list my issues. I have you've heard most of them. I have maybe a different take on here or there, but I would really love to hear you speak. That was really nice there when you were talking to us about what you might be able to do. Could I just give you some of my minutes to tell us more?
No, we're gonna
After
have,
public portion.
right, this
Okay.
is an opportunity for you to speak.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
If there is a different moratorium, we have to introduce a resolution. I haven't seen Councilwoman McNamara, she has not seen mine. I think it sounds like they're both 6 months.
And I haven't seen either one.
The board hasn't seen either one. They would have to be introduced, set a date, publicly noticed, newspapers, et cetera, new public hearings. There's legal considerations, depending upon exactly how it's written. Everything goes to Suffolk County Planning Commission. When you have moratoria, they get a voice here too. They can vote yes or no. They vote no, you need a supermajority to override it. There's a lot of procedural steps. Right now, we have a hearing today on a 3-month moratorium on new applications. And
Seems like that would be a slam
We're in the middle
dunk,
of that
right?
public hearing. And I don't even know if it's middle. I think maybe a third of the way through, so.
Okay. Well, it seems like that one should certainly go through. I will just want to mention quick that we did have a survey asking Hampton Bays residents about what they think about things, and I don't remember a question on there that said, do you want a gigantic lithium battery facility in Hampton Bays? And really, it wasn't that far back. The gentleman that spoke from NYSERDA said that they'd been working with the planning board for 18 months. So that might have been an item on the survey if public input was, wanted at that time. Okay, thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. All right, so Bill?
I'm happy to answer questions.
Yeah, you spoke in the beginning, so, all right, so we'll save you for the end. And you're not on the payroll of anyone but the state agency, correct? You have, all right, appreciate it. Yeah.
That is a payroll.
Yeah, all right. He has nothing to gain from the approval or denial.
His job, yeah.
All right. Donna
Wait,
Harland?
Bill Oberker?
No, did I skip?
Okay.
Yeah, so is there Donna Harland? Am I saying it right?
It's coming in.
And Donna is followed. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I was in the 3rd class.
Okay, all right, so, and then Parker.
Parker's gonna waive his opportunity.
All right, so you are followed by Gail Lombardi then.
Okay. So, thank you for letting me speak. Thank you to the town board, town supervisor, people of Southampton, and the people of Hampton Bays. My name's Donna Harland, and I'm a resident of Hampton Bays. Not as long as many of you, but I love it here. I'm going to read a letter that came from the Peconic Baykeeper, Pete Topping, and I have a copy of it that I will leave for the record. Okay, so, dear members of the town board, Peconic Baykeeper is a Hampton Bays-based environmental organization that's dedicated to the protection of the ground and surface waters of the Peconic and South Shore Bay watersheds, and he's writing to urge the town board to rescind their approval of the proposed Canal Southampton Battery Storage Site and to include this site in the temporary BEST moratorium. While Peconic Baykeeper recognizes the pressing urgency to transition from polluting fossil fuel energy and to a sustainable alternative, under the circumstances should this urgency discount the need for due diligence by the board and project planners to carefully consider any and all potential negative impacts of projects to the environment. In addition to potential fire and other hazards posed to the residents adjacent to the proposed Canal Battery site and the site's proximity to the largest traffic bottleneck on the east end, the Canal Battery storage site also shares the distinction of being located in extreme close proximity to Southampton's two estuaries, the Peconic Estuary and the South Shore Estuary Reserve. The Peconic Estuary has been declared an estuary of national significance by the EPA, and the Shinnecock Bay is being declared a global hope spot. This was mentioned earlier in the discussion today. So both systems include an impressive array of marine life. They're vital nurseries and habitat for finfish, crustaceans, shellfish, and more. In the event of a fire, chemical spill, or other emergency producing contaminated site runoff, this project would have the potential to impact both estuary systems and additional to the local groundwater. Peconic Baykeeper applauds the town of Southampton for its commitment to a better, cleaner, and more sustainable future.
30 seconds.
However, we want the town to avoid solving one problem while potentially creating another whenever possible. We must remember that it's been a long road of environmental injustices that have gotten us to the climate crisis that we face today. It will be an equally long road to adopt and implement solutions with caution and prudence necessary at every step.
3 minutes.
As such, we find the site of the Canal Battery energy storage system a less than ideal site location due to its proximity to the town's most ecologically important waterways.
Thank you. All right, Gail Lombardi, followed by Elizabeth Hook.
Liz was in the other room. I don't know if she is here. So I am angry. I've come to this town board for 8 years
Shut those doors.
and actually watched the town board stack the deck against us. Land management and the town board when it comes to zoning, when it comes to what you dump in Hampton Bays. We're one of 13 unincorporated hamlets. We don't need everything dumped in Hampton Bays to benefit not just the town of Southampton, but to benefit New York State. And with all due respect for the fire person, my family and friends perished in 9/11, and they're still dying from the air and quality and getting sicker every day. So I'm offended that somebody would say they know it's safe, because that's what my friends and family were told in 9/11. I'm a city girl. So that's very offensive. And you don't have the information, number one. That's the first thing. So before I get off, I support the resolution, which should be a no-brainer. I support an extension of that resolution to way more than 3 months, because it took you 3 months to even get to this resolution. You're on government time. And the canal should definitely be put in to the resolution. As Marion said, this has become a developer's paradise, like gangster paradise. We don't count anymore. I really feel after 8 years watching this town board under the Schneiderman administration, residents of Hampton Bays do not count. The only people that count are the developers, like your friend Alley and some other people. We don't count. And so thanks that now people in Hampton Bays are starting to step in and demand that we count. That's number two. Regarding the actual property, and I know that you're not talking about it, but it should give you some incentive to actually put it in. The first gentleman that spoke, who's obviously a lot more knowledgeable and a lot smarter than I am, on June 21st, 2022, the applicant filed a legal petition. This is online with New York State Public Service Commission. I spent my first 18 years as an auditor with the utility, so I know a little bit about the Public Service Commission. To file a certificate of public convenience and necessity, and to approve financing. The financing is $73 million that they want to get government funding to fund this. The petition clearly stated that the applicant intends to, and forgive me because I'm visually impaired, to develop, finance, construct, and operate the project as a, I'm so sorry, merchant facility without relying on cost of service rules set by a federal or state regulatory agency, which means that they're going to charge what they want. The company, as that gentleman pointed out, is owned indirectly, and again, apologize and give me a couple extra minutes here, with a company named NYLA, N-A-L-A, Renewables Limited Company, incorporated and operating under the laws of England. Okay? They're owned by a joint venture that was formed in 2020. This is all in public documents filed with the Public Service Commission of the state of New York, of global investment firms with annual turnover, which is revenue in England words. I'm an accountant. Wait for it, of $231 billion. This is not about green energy. This is about green bucks. Okay? Let's start with it. And I always give my credentials when I start, not because I'm smarter than anybody in this room, because everybody in this room has strengths and weaknesses. We're all valued in different ways. I do it because I peel back the onion. That's what I was trained for 30 years to do, is to peel back the onion. And this onion stinks like hell. The applicant, like I said, required $73 million in financing. And then the best part in the application, wait for this, it also stated in the petition, and I quote, that the applicant, I'm so sorry. It also stated that the applicant plans on using lithium-ion batteries. It never talks about the phosphorus. But the last statement that I thought was hysterical was that they stated the public has been actively engaged in all aspects of the project development and review. Hand to God, it's on public documents. So if nothing else, you should really be considering including this. Obviously, residents, I'm not as knowledgeable as the residents of the location. I didn't review the 300 pages. A lot of people took the lead on this. I didn't. But this is indicative of a failed process that this town board has had for 8 years. You make decisions based on God knows what. You put the same emphasis on something like a battery storage system that you do on a stop sign on Dew Road or something. It's ridiculous the way you guys make decisions. And it is a broken system because you have land management, which is made up of like 3 people recommending things to you with incomplete and inaccurate information. You appoint the planning board, which mostly political appointments, and the same 3 people advise the planning board of what they should and should not be doing. It's a broken system. A moratorium should be put on all land use and zoning until you fix the system. Thank you.
All right, so we've got, Elizabeth Hook, followed by Dieter von Liesten.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Hook. I live in Hampton Bays. Lucky for me, I don't live in this neighborhood, so
Let's just move back a little bit from the microphone, or that's fine too. Or move the microphone further from you. That should work.
Okay. Can you hear me okay now? No. Now?
I can turn it up.
Okay.
Speak.
So the question I have for the board is, from a legal perspective, there was a negative declaration issued by the town board, by the planning board, I'm sorry. Listening to the last 2 or 3 public hearings, is there any doubt that there are significant environmental impacts or potential significant environmental impacts associated with this property? I mean, Supervisor Schneiderman, you said that the town board approved the zoning because you thought it was benign use. It cannot be clearer that there's no benign use here, that there is potential for serious catastrophic injury and property damage. I read the EAF prepared by the developer, and the developer addressed construction and operation, but did not address at all catastrophic failure and how that would respond. I think the 3 months is not long enough, because before you can come out of a moratorium, you have to have an emergency response system that covers the entire East End. I mean, how do you get out of here if something happens? And that is the neck that goes to the rest of eastern, the east part of the town. How are those people going to get out? And how could you issue how could they issue a negative declaration when there is nothing in that EAF? An EAF is designed to simply identify significant potential environmental impacts. Those were not identified. On that basis alone, that negative declaration should be rescinded. On the basis that you thought it was a benign use, it should be rescinded. Obviously, the information level that was before the town board and the planning board was not sufficient and thorough and deep enough for either of your boards to make the proper decision. 3 months is not long enough, but if they issue a negative declaration, this can be included immediately in the 3-month moratorium, and you can expand it to 6 months. But you cannot let this go forward and stop everything else. It's illogical, and it's unfair. And the thing is about the PEGA area, how is it that something like this, not a word to anybody in the neighborhood? And when at the planning board, the planning department, the planning board was asked, how do we find out about any further actions? They pointed to the Civic, the Hampton Bays Civic Association, instead of their own elected government, to give them information on what's going on in their town. I mean, that to me is a failure of responsibility.
Dieter von Liesten, and Dieter is followed by Lynn Arthur.
My name is Dieter von Liesten. I've been a resident of Southampton for 50 years. As Sustainable Southampton Green Advisory Committee co-chair, it's been my privilege to work alongside Southampton town staff and elected officials concerning implementation of the town's sustainability plan. While the committee has accomplished many goals, working closely with town staff over my tenure, our recent success is demonstrated by looking at the NYSERDA Clean Energy Community Leaderboard, where Southampton town is currently ranked #1 in Long Island. The North Sea Community Solar Project is the first municipal-led community solar project on Long Island. It is expected to generate a 10% electric bill credit for about 500 households. Choice Community Aggregation, CCA, will provide town residents with a choice of electricity for renewable sources we expect at the same or lower prices than what residents are currently paying. These groundbreaking activities are not only the result of leadership and teamwork, but also due to the knowledge and expertise of town staff, in particular the planning department under the direction of Janice Scherer. When staff doesn't have the answer, they ask for assistance from qualified resources such as NYSERDA, the Underwriters Laboratory, the UL Firefight Research Institute, and the National Fire Protection Association, and others. With all these expert resources at your disposal, I'm surprised that a moratorium is being proposed because you need time to study when factual information has been vetted and developed by experts in various fields, and in some cases supported by rigorous laboratory testing. Most important, all the readily available for review by town officials. That should have been done a long time ago. Therefore, I'm strongly against a moratorium on battery energy storage system, not losing additional time. On the other hand, a large number of people have shown up expressing concern about a new technology that they don't really understand. Yesterday, I've even heard the planning department was rumored to be secretly rezoning things. When I heard this preposterous accusation, it compelled me to show up here today. However, since there have been no public education on battery energy storage system, I find it hard to fault my fellow residents for filling the void from what they read on social media or petitions that lack any foundation of fact. I leave you with this. I'm all for free speech. That doesn't give anyone the authority to yell fire in a crowded theater, and that is what I fear this debate has become to. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Lynn Arthur is next. Lynn will be followed by Eliza Thompson.
Yeah, unless there's an actual fire.
Hi, my name is Lynn Arthur. I'm also a member of the Sustainability Committee where I chair the Energy Subcommittee. And I'm here, though, speaking on my own behalf, not on that from the committee. So whether you are an elected official or a member of an appointed board, I don't expect you to be experts on everything that comes across your desk. Most of you, for the most part, are legislators, or in the case of the planning board, administrators. What I do expect is that you have the judgment to differentiate between anecdotal information versus facts that are research-based and proven via rigorous testing. I expect you to rely upon the expertise of town staff. And as Dieter said, there's a lot of credible organizations that they can call on. University professors tell their students that Wikipedia is not acceptable as a source for research. So how do you think they'd respond to opinion pieces from social media? Last week, I observed 2 residents who spoke to the Southampton Village Planning Commission who referenced Best fires in Arizona, Tesla car fires, a ship crossing the ocean with EV cars that caught on fire, and a fire at the Ford manufacturing plant. In fact, one of those gentlemen spoke today. However, what he neglected to say was that what they all had in common was that their battery chemistry, nickel, manganese, cobalt, from the same manufacturer, LG Chem. And why is that important? A manufacturing problem at the cell level puts all products that use that cell at risk. The best proposed for the canal project is, wait for it, lithium iron phosphate. Not all lithium batteries are the same. I know you've heard that several times today, and I'm sorry to be repeating. I have attached 2 documents to my testimony for the board's consideration. Both contain detailed technical analysis and recommendations funded and sanctioned by the Arizona Public Service Commission and the Underwriters Laboratory Firefighter Safety Research Institute. I'd like to conclude with stating that I have personally been involved with assisting the town conduct public education funded by NYSERDA grants. New York State has lofty goals, but nowhere does there appear to be funding for best public education. I would have thought after the offshore wind experience with the Montauk fishing community, a different outcome. What I hear is that Hampton Bay's residents fear a significant fire is probable. They lack confidence in the fire department's ability to contain it, and vital transportation infrastructure will be impacted. The answers to all these concerns are in the documentation provided by the applicants. However, I am not comfortable that the planning board should be given the task of culling that information from the documentation they have in order to bring forward to dispel public opinion. If they could have, they would have by now.
30 seconds.
Outside assistance is required. I am sure these issues can be solved to everyone's mutual satisfaction if we work together. Therefore, I do not support a best moratorium. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lynn. All right, all right, so next up is Eliza, followed by,
Lena Tomori. Eliza had to leave, so the next one
is Lima
Lena Tomori. She's next.
Lima Tabori. Okay, thank you. And then, so Eliza is not here. Give me 1 second. All right, so, and then Lima, is that your first name, Lima?
Lena.
Lena, oh, Lena, okay.
Lena Tabori.
And is followed by Carlo Calasuno. Am I close? All right, Lena, you're up.
Yeah, thanks very much for allowing me to speak. I live in East Hampton. My name is Lena Tabori. I was the chair of the East Hampton Energy and Sustainability Committee for 2 years, and I remain a member of it. I have the honor of being a liaison to your Green Committee, and I attend every month religiously. I find the involvement of the town board in the Green Committee to be exhilarating, to say the least. There's always a representative there, if not John, who seems to be there all the time. So I also run a climate change resources website. I've been doing it for 5 years. It's a resources website called Climate Change Resources, and it's useful to bring up only because I read all day long everything about climate change all the time. And consequently, in the realm of being angry or being afraid, both of which have been talked about today, I need to say that what we really need to be angry and afraid about is slow motion. We have a problem ahead of us that is global, but it's also very local, that we simply cannot wait on, both from a mitigation standpoint and from an adaptation standpoint. We have two huge transitions to make. First, we have to generate all of our electricity from clean sources like wind turbines and solar panels rather than power plants that run on coal and gas. Secondly, we have to retool almost everything that burns oil and gas, like cars, buses, furnaces, to run on clean energy. I hear that everyone within Hampton Bays that is speaking against or for the moratorium understands that clean energy is something that we need to work for. The whole difficulty that I perceive throughout the nation, and certainly it's a problem locally as well, is that we all agree that we have to do something about it, but every time we actually have to do something about it that relates to us specifically, it becomes very complicated. And I think this is the realm of disinformation that enters our world at that point. So I don't think this is the time for moratoriums on anything which slows down our movement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, unless it's a moratorium on moratoriums, which I would probably support. Like all technologies, BESS, battery energy storage systems, it has a life cycle. Consequently, BESS electric codes, building codes, fire prevention training, and the comprehensive emergency management plan that is related to it, it's all going to evolve. As we learn more from the experts who diagnose and test how battery energy storage systems will behave in various configurations, and experts is my key word. I'm very used to the idea that the town board relies on experts, and not only relies on them, but has them within its own structure. And I think we've got to rely on them. We cannot confuse ourselves with information that comes from anybody except experts, including our own.
3 minutes.
We rely on them to advise legislators and members of our own board.
Lena, you need to wrap up.
Sorry, okay. I just wanted to say that the East Hampton BESS incident that we had a few weeks ago, this is one that was completely contained, as was mentioned also earlier. We're waiting for the understanding of how that fire occurred, even as it was contained. And I'm as eager for that as all of you are. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Carlo and you can tell me how to correctly say your last name. And you are followed by Georges?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you for allowing me to come up here and say a few words. My name is Carlo Colasuno. I'm 119 Highland Road in Southampton. I'm not a full-time resident. I'm in northern New Jersey right now, but I've spent the last 20 years between Hampton Bays and Southampton, loving the area. I'm an old Queens guy, not a big fan of the Jersey Shore. I love it out here. What I'd like to bring up, and again, I think judging by the number of people and the ages in the audience, I graduated and started working for a company called Stone & Webster in 1974. If you remember back then, Stone & Webster was building the Shoreham Nuclear Power Station. Right after Shoreham, there was plans to do Jamesport. What's upsetting about this whole thing, and I want to thank Chrissy for letting me know, because I think the general sentiment here is that this thing has been trying to be snuck through. A lot of people, my neighbors I spoke to, they had no idea, and they're full-time residents. But way back when, in '74, I worked Stone & Webster in the licensing department for the Jamesport facility. The issue with licensing that facility with a bona fide environmental impact statement, which I'm shocked that this facility does not have, okay? There was a pedigree falcon, pedigree maybe if that's the right word, at Halleck's Pond, a bird that prevented the station from being built. Now, you talk about evacuation. You're at a section here, as one of the earlier speakers spoke about. You have a number of roads here, and if there is a leak, okay, we got a problem. Now, go back 6 months ago, East Palestine, Ohio. Granted, chemical train, derailment. You're going to put this facility how many feet from the Long Island Railroad? 50 feet? Nobody knows?
No, you can measure right there. It's close. Yeah.
But let's put it this way. It's not something that is inconceivable that that train might get derailed.
Probably about 400, yeah.
Okay? What if that train crashes into some of these containers? You got a 4-foot fence there? I mean, think about what we're doing here. I mean, Shoreham, Jamesport, reactor containment building could take an impact of a 747, and the people had an issue with that. What do we have? A 4-foot fence? And think about the terrorists and people who were trying to do harm. Now again, I'm a degree
30
electrical
seconds.
engineer. I'm with you guys, we're technocrats, we're always the numbers and that type of thing. But how did that fire start in Warwick, New Jersey? Rain? You gotta be kidding me. Rain got into a containment and you're telling us that these things are robust enough?
3 minutes.
Honestly, I'm late to the game here. I know you people have a lot on your plate, a lot of different projects, but somebody on the planning board should be drilling into these issues.
So are you going to have to finish? You're past 3
Another
minutes.
thing, I spent 40 years calling in the power industry, Con Ed, Public Service, Linden Cogen, Astoria Generating, Astoria Energy, all of those plants I went into. Do you know what 80 decibels are like? Any idea what 80 decibels are? OSHA requires workers in those plants to have hearing protection for
4
80
minutes.
decibels. Has anybody measured the sound pressure level of these facilities? I hear Montauk Highway, and I have a hearing problem.
All right, so you're at over 4 minutes at this point, so
Well, the other thing I want to bring up is this.
I'll give you 30 more seconds.
All right, thank you. We talk about this LLC. It's not green energy, it's the money. And let me tell you something.
I called on facilities that were owned by GE. GE got out of the generating business, and who shows up? Hedge fund people, people who couldn't care about maintaining those facilities. I seen it. I seen maintenance budgets go down the toilet bowl because the new owners were concerned about the bottom line.
5
This
minutes.
facility goes in. Fast forward 3-4 years ago.
Sir,
the
you're 2
people-
minutes past your 3 minutes, so
All right, look.
we got it. We got it. All right, so George's, and then we're gonna take a 5-minute recess so I can let the board stretch, and then we'll come back, we have another 15 cards, and then we have the online audience. Okay, so,
Hi,
Mr. George's.
Hi, my name is George, and I didn't think I was going to get up here and speak today. I had nothing planned to say, just kind of off the cuff. I'm a resident here. My kids go to the school district. My daughter graduated last year. She was the valedictorian. My son still goes to the school. We live literally 300 feet away from me. I could throw a rock. I could hit the property. I know the owner of the property. His name is Ralph. He used to be the owner of RCF Fuel. And I have to say, we are, you know, I don't know what to say. We're sick about it. We're scared about it. We're angry about it. My son cried about it. They were concerned about me coming to this meeting here today. It's appalling, and there's a lot of like these maps don't do it any justice. I live right there. Me and my son, we go for walks every day. We ride the bicycle around there every day. We're looking at the property every day and saying, we hope this doesn't happen. And as far as the people defending this, I understand they have a job. That's their job, to speak for this system. But it's almost like being a criminal defense lawyer, defending a guy everyone knows is guilty. It's hard. It's a job I wouldn't want to take, so I understand they have to do their job. I'm against this, and I'm going to rile up as many people as I could. We will picket in front of people's houses if we have to. I am not going to take this standing down. This is a real serious issue. This is probably the most serious issue you have in front of you today, and I hope that everyone here will make the right decision going, forward. I had 2 years ago, I had to send letters around to all my neighbors when I had to do something with my shed, and I never received a letter or anything. I had to hear about this through social media and a petition. I don't know how this came to be to this point. I want to say, and of course, not in my backyard. If you're not from this town and you're defending this, please get out of here. Take your attitude, take your ideas, and get out of here, and come back with some sandals and a beach towel. That's the only way we'll take you back. Because to defend this and you don't live here is it takes audacity, and it's awful. It's just awful what's going on. We're living in fear. My property value is going to plummet. My whole life savings. Our health is at risk. I don't care what they say. There's always a risk involved, and that's all you got to do is say is that there's a risk. If there's a risk, and this is a residential area, this is not a good idea. This is a natural disaster waiting to happen. And if it happens on your guys' vote, or your guys' power, or your guys' decision, that's always, it's gonna stay with you forever. I mean, this is just a bad idea. Please, I ask you to please vote for this moratorium. For this, our residents are scared, and we're nervous, and we're angry, and it's just not fair. It's just not fair, and this is big business, big money. I understand. You have the power to, if you have the power to make a decision that changes, please do it. Sorry, I didn't have anything planned to say. This is doing this off the cuff.
So, Charles, what's our count online? Do you have a rough sense of how many more speakers?
One person.
One person, okay. So most people actually came out. So we have about 15 more cards. Some of them may not actually be here. We're going to take 5 minutes, let everybody stretch. We've been at this for 3 hours now. We're here to the end, but I want to give the board an opportunity to use the facility or whatever they might need. So, all right, 5-minute recess. Do I need to call a vote on a recess? I don't. 5 minute recess. I think our next, we're in the middle of a hearing on the battery energy storage system moratorium. Looks like I gained one more card here. I'll add that. We still have somebody for public portion. So we've got quite a long evening ahead of us. So I have Jean Marie Hazelton next, followed by Josh Poulakis. All right, Jean Marie.
Good afternoon. My name is Jean Marie Hazelton. I'm a local attorney, and I'll keep my comments short. If you would
might have to back a little bit away from the mic.
Thank you. I just did a little research online, and one of the things I looked at was the town of Medway battery energy storage system feasibility study, and just making a few quotes under their fire remediation. They said there is no feasible way to eliminate the risk altogether. A comprehensive BESS safety plan is needed to address foreseeable hazards when they occur. And I took note that our second speaker was the gentleman from New York State, I believe. He said when these systems do fail. He also said, yes, there's a chance. What happens when a catastrophic event does happen? So it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. And so if we're looking at this very sensitive area that connects all of the eastern Long Island, east of the Shinnecock Canal, railroads, the canal, Sunrise Highway, Montauk Highway. I mean, what happens if they are shut off? People can't get out, but people cannot get in. And they're relying on our firefighters, which are wonderful. Our volunteer fire department. If you continuing to read, there was a Chris Towski, who was a representative of the fire department for the city of Cambridge. He said, if we get an alarm for an ESS fire right now, it's going to be a crapshoot. Firefighters have to go in with hazmat suits. I know some volunteer fire department members, and they don't keep full hazmat suits in their car when they respond. It's just not fair to expose our fire department to the risk, and just we depend on them. So I would urge you to support this moratorium, to support Jay's moratorium, to support Ms. McNamara's moratorium, and to use every tool. Fight this thing with every ounce of your body. I don't care what the cost it is to fight this. You must fight this. Thank you.
Next up
Josh Poulakis.
is Josh. Right, Josh, you're followed by Peggy Parker.
Okay, my name is Josh Poulakis. I reside at 259 East Montauk Highway, known as the Hampton Maid. Been in business for 64 years now. I would say thank you for this opportunity to speak, but I'm not grateful for it. I shouldn't be here. I should be at work, maintaining my business. My other 75 employees would like to be here to speak today too, but like most people on a Tuesday at 1 o'clock, they had to work. I think this whole project has been tried to be slipped underneath the rug, underneath the watchful eyes of everyone in the community. No one's been aware of it. It's totally atrocious. This spot of Long Island is where traffic backs up every day for the trade parade. Montauk Highway, North Highway, everybody zippers together, because that's the only way you're going to get into the line of traffic. Now, if this thing catches fire, there is some type of catastrophic event, nothing's going to move. Nothing. There was a fatality in East Quogue 2 meetings ago, that same day. No traffic moved until about noon. I had employees took 3 hours to get to work from Mattatuck. That was in East Quogue, because somebody died on the side of the road. What happens when this thing catches fire? What happens? We're all fucked. Done. Thanks for the opportunity.
Peggy Parker, followed by Paul Sassa. All right, Paul is gone. All right, James Parker, is James Parker still here? Yeah? Okay. Was that a yes on James Parker's here?
No.
All right, how about Linda Henley? No? Robert Calvito, you're here. Okay, so we got Peggy followed by Robert. All right. Is Peggy?
Peggy's not here, though, right?
Oh, Peggy's not here. All right, Robert, you're next. How about Mary Beth Moore? No? Lori, your Calavito is next. Okay, perfect.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Longtime resident, Southampton. My property lays between the borderline of Hampton Bays and Southampton. I'm approximately a half a mile from this proposed project. I just learned of the best project last week from Kristen Millenhausen, who knocked on my door, thankfully. I've been busy teaching here in Southampton for the past 25 years, and I probably taught many of your children. I don't get out much. But recently retired, school teacher 25 years, and I'm a concerned citizen of Shinnecock Hills. I have just a few points to make and agree with many of the speakers who have already spoken and disagree with some of them. The planning board needs to do their due diligence and not give this project the green light. As a previous speaker stated, something is not right here. The facts stand for themselves. We as concerned citizens are going for the truth, and so should this board. Do the right thing. You have the power to make for the change that is needed. On a darker note, if this facility was to catch fire from natural or unnatural causes, the Shinnecock Hills and the surrounding areas will go up like an inferno. With all of the dead and fallen pitch pines, we have a problem. Evacuation will be nearly impossible, and for those citizens, like our previous speaker just said, who have had the good fortune of sitting in traffic during the morning and afternoon rush hours, this will be much worse than that when you have most of the Hamptons trying to get to safety. The planning board needs to squash this entire proposal until they do their due diligence. Placing this facility at the narrowest part of the east end is not wise. Your chain is only as strong as your weakest link. We have just identified that link. Thank you.
Do we need to plug you in, Marion?
Mary's battery is low, but it's not. Her battery energy storage is running. Yeah. All right. So we got Lori Calavito. And how about Frank Graves? Frank here? Frank Graves? No. All right. How about Jean Lambergson? Jean Lambergson? All right. How about Arthur Wasatsky? No. How about Evan Mason? Oh, we got one. All right. So we got Lori will be followed by Evan.
Lori Colavito, and following what my husband Robert just articulated, starting with Rome Arnold's very articulate comment about all of the safety issues of this facility, I add my voice to all who have spoken against it. As my husband just said, we are newly retired school teachers who, throughout our careers at SES, right over there, and SIS, right down the road, have dedicated our best thought, have invested in our future generations that live here. That phrase, future generations, isn't a meaningless thing to us. And what this is about is the immediacy of the health of ourselves, but also our future generations. And how much weight do we really want to give to that? What do we want to leave our community as? If this project was on Gin Lane, it simply would not fly. And the powers that would be in those homes would be all over this. And this proposal would simply be dead on arrival. Let us not fool ourselves about how money talks. What do individual people, families in the immediate community near the best development, whose lives are just as valuable as those in other areas, deserve? What kind of future quality of life do they deserve? BESS is bad business for all of us, potentially devastating to the east end of Long Island. Think about it. If you lived in the immediate area of this in Hampton Bays or in Shinnecock Hills, would you be standing now where I am, expressing your outrage about this potentially dangerous situation? Thank you.
All right, so Evan is followed by Bob DeLuca. I saw Bob, I think he is still here.
Hi, my name is Evan Mason. First of all, I want to applaud you guys for being patient. It's a thankless task. Anyway, I am a resident of Southampton, the town of Southampton. I'm on the Sustainability Committee, but I'm here today to speak. I'm on the board of the New York League of Conservation Voters. I'm on the state board, and I just wanted to give a few short comments. The NYLCV is an organization that promotes long-term investment in action to improve the natural environment. This includes supporting environmentally friendly energy transitions for Long Island communities. With the urgent threat of climate change, it's crucial to build energy infrastructure that remains reliable for its residents. NYLCV believes that the battery storage is practical and necessary solution for storing and using intermittent energy sources. Building out battery storage is critical for achieving mandates under the state's climate law of 70% renewable energy by 2030 and 100% clean energy by 2040. Battery storage allows us to benefit from green energy even when the wind is not blowing and the sun is not shining. By implementing the battery energy storage systems, Long Island's energy systems will become more resilient and stabilize the power grid during weather-related emergency for all of us. BESSes will help serve the community during excessive heat days, assist in replacing dirty peaker plants on the east end, support offshore wind transition, and benefit solar transitions. But these benefits will not be realized if storage systems are not properly sited near the source of energy creation. Utilizing green energy with the best system on Long Island has many benefits, and the greatest risk lies in not building the energy grid of the future, and many communities across Long Island will need to build these facilities somewhere. NYLCV recognizes that there are concerns around surrounding specific sites, but with proper safety precautions and noise mitigation efforts, these concerns can be comprehensively addressed, which we urge the developer to do following the guidelines of set forth by NYSERDA and taking note of lessons learned, which were referred to throughout the day. Long Island has made significant strides in improving the environment in recent years, but there's still so much work to do. NYLCV is committed to serving the people of Long Island and sees the implementation of BESS as the necessary next step, or one of the necessary
30
next
seconds.
steps. Thank you so much, and again, thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you.
Have you thought about the actual?
Oh, excuse me. All right, so our next speaker is, hello. Excuse me, we're in the middle of a hearing. All right, and I'm not gonna, can't accost speakers here. Everybody's entitled to their position. I'm not gonna let them attack you or you accost them, either way. So Mr. DeLuca is up next, followed by Bonnie Doyle. Was Bonnie here still? Oh, yeah, there she is. Okay, perfect.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Bob DeLuca, and I serve as president of Group for the East End. I'm here today to support a moratorium on the BESS facilities, and I have a couple of comments. I want to talk more as a planner. I know very little about electrical energy. But as a planner, I mean, what I see happening here is I know that the town went forward, and I think in good faith, to try to adopt a code that would deal with this issue. And I think BESS facilities are coming, and I think they're probably important and necessary in terms of the energy mix.
2020 was a year like one we haven't had in a very long time, right? So December of 2020 is when this thing goes to public hearing. We missed it. Nobody came except I think maybe one of the people that proposed one of these things. So it got adopted. And now what happens is you start to see these things showing up, and we're just kind of out of sequence. Normally, this would have taken place during the discussion over those code amendments. And I think that discussion is still healthy, and I think it's important. And I think the moratorium allows you to tap the brakes, give people an opportunity to share what's on their mind, talk about their communities. You get a chance to go back and take a look at the zoning code that you have. And at the end of the day, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be, up to you. But ultimately, the public has the opportunity to have an opinion about this, have a voice in the decision-making. And at the end of the day, wherever the town comes down, there's been, you know, good process. And we really believe that best policy comes out of that kind of process. And so I hope you'll do that. Just a couple of add-ons here. One, I think you have to include everybody in this, and the problem is that if somebody gets to go and somebody doesn't get to go, you're opening up all kinds of opportunities for litigation and who got special treatment and who didn't. So to the extent you suspend review with the planning board on the applications that are moving forward, I think, again, I don't know that any of those could get out of there in 3 to 6 months anyway, but do it so that everybody is treated uniformly. And I think, you know, 3 months is very ambitious. I used to work in government. You might need a little more time, and if you need it, you should probably take it. So I would encourage you to do that. And then finally, I just, you know, I think we just kind of ended up here as a fluke. It's kind of a weird thing. We never had 2020 before, and I think what you're hearing from people is to be expected and respected. I think the position that you're in is a respectable position in terms of trying to fix this thing. And I think ultimately what's really important here is that the planning board has reached out for help. And they need some kind of guidance here. What I understand from the planning board is that, you know, they realize these are important and significant decisions. They want more guidance from the top, which is you all. And to the extent you can provide that, and this little bit of extra time gets you there, so much the better. And that's all I got. I thank you very much for your time.
All right, so we've got Bonnie Doyle and then Craig Millenhausen.
Hi.
Hi, Bonnie.
Bonnie Doyle. I live on Lawrence Avenue, right here in Hampton Bays, and I'm going to point out where I live, which is right here. No?
North.
It's not perfect? I'm above it. Okay, I'm here. 425 feet. Oh, more up here. Well, I'll tell you, it's just as bad up here as it is down there.
Are you north of that's Sunrise Highway there? So
All right,
are you
I'm on
north of
Lawrence Avenue.
Yeah. Okay. You're up
Okay,
here.
that's my home. And I understand that there is a 90-foot setback from North Road for this particular development. That's very, very close to my home and our entire neighborhood, our entire community. I support the best effort, but this should not be in a residential community. And I've been involved with this town and spoken at this podium a number of times. I'm a big supporter of Sustainability Committee. Lynn knows me. This does not belong in a residential community. And I want to talk to some of the reports that were generated and information requested through this process. First thing I want to talk about is the RFP from PSC&G Long Island. That happened in April of '21. As you know, this community is considered a potential environmental justice area or disadvantaged area. We all know that now. We didn't know that before. This is what PSC&G of Long Island said should be completed by the respondents, Canal Southampton, before all of this starts rolling. Number one, respondents should discuss the extent to which disadvantaged communities would receive benefits from spending on the account. I don't see any benefits. They talked about scheduling and development. The proposal must include a description of community benefits and evidence of community support. Clearly, that is not happening. A community outreach plan, including a description of the community benefits and evidence of the community support. Again, and requires qualitative evaluation criteria, which includes environmental impacts and community acceptance, which included a plan for evidence of community support. The same theme over and over again. The people need to be alerted to this, and we clearly were not. The other document is Suffolk County's Division of Environmental and Planning Commission. This is what they say. Within a PEJA, quote, hard look
at the environmental impact proposed development site is in order in the form of an expanded State Environmental Quality Review Act, a full environmental assessment form, and potentially an environmental impact statement. That's a lot of stuff that's been
30
ignored.
seconds.
In addition, this is a quote, "A summary of environmental justice impact must be included in multiple language notices of the public hearing." As you can see, our Spanish-speaking community has only spoken once about this issue, and that's simply because the word's not out. It's barely out to those who are English speakers, let alone the Spanish-speaking community, who clearly will be impacted. This resolution has the special, and this is with regard to the resolution that we're talking about today.
3 minutes.
2023-857. This resolution has special exemption of the North Road BESS project because it's required of a facility over 600 megawatts, kilowatts, whatever it is. In the case of the exemptions of the town board shall consider the following: proximity to the canal. This is a site of historical significance as noted by the location and the sign that was put on that canal by this town. A residential neighborhood. We're enduring noise, potential fire, explosion, water, blah, blah, blah. No access to transportation given an incident of fire. Non-industrial character of this neighborhood. None of this has been considered during the special exemption. No determination of hardship. All of these are supposed to be reviewed. Given these points, there should not have been a special exemption granted to this. This is a pre-submission site application submitted by Canal Southampton in 11/21. Benefits cited are, quote, provide tax revenue to the municipality for many years. There is no mention of community benefits as required. The site plan special exemption application, this document has an affirmative
You have
check.
to wrap up, you're at 4
Oh, I'm
minutes
sorry,
in.
okay. It appears to the community that the oversight has been lax, and this project was fast-tracked without appropriate involvement of the community and adherence to the many requirements of Suffolk County and the Town Board and PSE&G Long Island. The residential area is not an appropriate location for this project. Please stop this project and stop ruining our lives.
Craig, you're the last card I have, and then we'll go online.
Okay, I won't be long. My name's Craig Millenhausen. I've been a resident here for 57 years. I just raised 2 kids. One graduated from college and one graduated from high school this year. I'm not going to keep everyone longer. Everyone's got valid points. We're not arguing about green energy and the BESS system. The biggest problem here is where it is. It's in the worst possible spot you could ever put it. Look at the size of our town. Look where else we can put it.
We can't hear you.
Maybe we could put it at the airport.
We're not-
Speak louder. Maybe we could
No,
put it at the airport.
You can speak as loud as you want, it won't record you, so.
Maybe we could put it near the airport. It's county-owned. I'm sure they could squeeze room for it there. Somewhere else, that is the worst possible spot to put it. Once again, we're not arguing that things are going to evolve. Don't put it there. That's it. Simple. It's so simple. Keep it simple. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna switch to our online audience, so if you want to be heard at this public hearing on battery energy storage system moratorium, click the raise hand icon. I do see somebody, so if you could identify yourself. All right, we don't hear
Can't hear you,
you
Donna.
yet, so we're gonna
Donna
make sure
Grunberg.
your mic is unmuted.
Is it unmuted now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I'll stand back from the laptop so I don't blow everybody's ears out. I apologize for not being there in person today, but I felt the need. I listened to every single speaker. I think the common denominator here is scared and safety. I've spoken before, I am a 20-year volunteer with 2 ambulances, and I have previously been a chief. I think, I appreciate the time that you let us speak, but however, I want to bring up something that I think would help us all in this. I think it's imperative about this moratorium because all of our volunteer, and I will repeat, volunteer firefighters and ambulances have not been apprised of all the dangers and concerns that a facility like this could bring. As many you may not know, we educate and train monthly, yearly, we recertify, we do as much as we can to bring all the safety that is necessary, not only to our own volunteers, but to the residents and the patients that call upon us. So I feel like a moratorium is necessary to reach out to all of the fire departments and ambulances, because God forbid, in a case of an emergency of a facility of this size, it's gonna involve a multi-agency response. Now that brings me to the location. We have a minor MVA on County Road 39. Traffic is affected for hours. We have been trying to train and expedite opening those roadways. I know this location is just, it's not right. We won't be able to get our emergency personnel onto the site. After 20 years, we first came out with Ebola. We quickly learned and adapted, and we still responded. But it required training, it required knowledge. And I feel like a lot of these citizens, they have the right to be scared because the people who are supposed to be trained to help them don't even have the education on what to do. I'm happy, my husband is a safety officer of North Sea Fire Department. There has been no training, no talks, no anything. I listened to the speaker from New York City. Nobody in these fire departments, I can't speak for others except for North Sea. There hasn't been anything set up at the Suffolk County Fire Academy for a test fire to properly prepare the people that you're gonna call upon who are volunteered to come out and put out whatever the emergency may be. Maybe be a fire, maybe be toxins in the area, the evacuation zone. Just doing some brief research while I was listening, it requires, in a lithium battery fire, a half-a-mile radius of evacuation zone. Now that takes out your roadways, and I know a lot of speakers have spoken about that, so I don't want to be repetitive. But I am so strongly in support of a moratorium to give our volunteer agencies the chance to train, properly educate us, so that we can take care of the citizens of Southampton Town and others alike. We realize that the storage systems are inevitable. We just want the opportunity to be professionals that we are and provide the safety that these citizens deserve. When you call 911, you should have that same feeling that somebody is coming that knows what the heck they're doing. And if something were to happen at this facility without proper training, I'd be surprised if anybody signed on to the call, because again, we're volunteers. But if you take away the fear, during COVID, when this was passed through, all of our frontline workers were out taking care of COVID patients. And we had to learn on the fly, but we did it. So with proper training and the allotted time and the dangers and the associated, you always have to plan for the worst. That way, when God forbid, an actual emergency comes, we can do the best job we can to protect the citizens, the environment, and all the surrounding neighborhoods. So I think this is a Southampton town issue, and I really support a moratorium so that you can get on board with all the ambulances, all the fire departments, and really maybe put this in competent hands. Thank you.
All right, Charlie, anybody else online?
No, sir.
Okay, anyone here who has not spoken, who wanted to speak, who didn't fill out a card? No second rounds. Okay,
She works here.
Yeah, she works here.
Sorry.
Did you want to say anything?
No, I just want to figure out what you want to do.
Cindy, you're the sponsor on this moratorium. We could close it. It's certainly, we need to have a moratorium on new applications. And this will do it. I wish it were a 6-month moratorium. We can extend it beyond that, because 3 months is not gonna be enough. We can sort of, we don't even have a resolution in front of us. We could close the hearing. I don't think we need to have more on this hearing, and then we have to decide on
Whose
noticing
moratorium we're
another,
gonna vote on?
another hearing, right, and then right,
Well,
so.
you don't have to notice another hearing if you have a 10-day, you know, on your desk revision and you've discussed it here at open session. So you don't necessarily have to re-notice, right, Jim? Like, you could just make the amendments that you want and it lays on your desk for 10 days and then you can adopt
So amend it
to whatever you want to do here.
Probably.
I'd
Isn't that
prefer to have it.
Yeah, I think.
You wanna
I would agree with
re-notice it?
you, but I think because of the situation, because of the property and the fact that we didn't include the language that we were going to consider pending applications, that we should have a notice that we are going to consider a moratorium on pending applications as well.
If the other property had been in the moratorium, I would expect the property owner and the applicant to have, and their, you know, attorneys to be here to, you know.
Okay,
go on
so
the
do you
record,
want
so-
us to put through 2 different ones for the next
Well,
agenda?
if we could close this one.
We have to leave the written record open for 2 weeks for referrals.
Oh,
It went
because
to
we
the
haven't
planning
heard from the
commission.
Suffolk County Planning Commission, right?
Well, it would be the same, you referred to 3 different codes,
Well, I
potentially?
don't.
I'm just
No,
wondering
no,
if they'll
on
be
just the one we
confused.
heard today.
We referred it to them and we're waiting to hear back.
Right, so
On
we can
Thursday,
close
we
the
have it at the
record.
planning board.
Can we close the record, and when we get their comments?
You can close a public record and keep it open for agency comments, of
Yes.
course.
Yeah,
You can
yes.
always do that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
do that.
Because we can't vote on it until we have that.
Right, absolutely.
And if they vote no, then you need 4 votes to override it.
That's right.
All right, so that's what I'd recommend, is that we close the public hearing and leave it only open for agency comments.
For how long a period of time?
I think.
Well, we have to leave it open until we get those comments. We can't vote without.
Well, the next hearing, let's say you put a notice in, either you're gonna walk it on now, or you're going to put it in the system. It would either be August 8th or the second one in August, so you could close it for 30 days and then
But
it would
on
be.
this hearing, though, we still have to get planning commission, Suffolk Planning Commission to weigh it. Put the
Their
other one,
meeting
put the
is
other
in
moratorium
early-
aside for a second.
So
Because-
they'll meet in early August. Their agendas are in the
So we're
beginning
not
of the
going
month.
to hear from them before.
So you won't hear from them until at least early August. Unless, I don't, no, because you didn't refer it in time. I don't think it was on their agenda yet. So it's gonna be
Keep
on
it
their
open for
agenda in
30
early
days.
August, and then you'll hear back. So you could
30
do
days?
30 days?
Yeah, 30 days.
that's-
Yeah,
Okay.
and I can follow up with Andy.
Explain to us, because I'm not getting what you read.
This is just
I will.
procedural mumbo jumbo.
Yeah,
but
we just have to figure out what we're doing and then we'll explain it all.
So, okay.
You want to hear from the board?
So
We
can-
haven't discussed it.
No.
So we have.
We don't need to.
So there's no motion yet,
I
okay?
just.
So, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, leave the written record open for 30 days.
I'll second
And
it.
it's seconded by Councilman Macna. On the motion, is there any, this will give the Suffolk County Planning Commission the ability to get
A-
us their comments on this moratorium, which is the
Agency
3
comments or any comments for 30 days? It's up to you.
Agency
Agency
comments.
comments.
Agency comments. That's not what you just said. Okay, so 30 days on this one.
For agency.
And
30
what
days
other,
for
any
agency.
other agencies we need to hear from, other than Suffolk County Planning Commission?
You'll hear from the planning board.
For 3
Um,
months, excuse me, before.
30 days.
Yeah,
30
30 days.
No, we're
Yeah.
leaving the record open for 30 days.
No,
For
the-
agency.
The moratorium would be this one.
Oh, this one is-
This
This
one we
yeah,
just heard.
yeah, we're just talking about-
It's 3 months. But we're leaving the record open for.
We're not making a decision, Tommy John. We just, right. We just keep-
Okay.
So the motion is to close it and keep
To
it
close
open
it,
for
leave the-
agency comments.
Agency comments only for 30 days. Okay?
But
So,
as soon as it comes in, we can walk it on and get it to the next meeting.
all right, so let me try to explain this to the audience. So what we heard today was a 3-month moratorium on new applications. It didn't include the canal. And we certainly ought to have, I don't think anybody disagrees, that we need to have, it's bad enough the way it is, and now we don't want any more to come in. So this shuts the door to anything new coming in that we would have to process. for 33 months, which isn't enough. But even to do that, we need the Suffolk County Planning Commission to tell us what they think, and we need the Town of Southampton Planning Board. Now, the Suffolk County Planning Commission, their opinion actually has a requirement that if they say no, we need to have a supermajority override that. The Planning Board doesn't have that requirement. So, assuming we take this vote, it closes, we're closed until we hear from the Suffolk County Planning Commission and the Planning Board, and then we can finally, and if there's no objections, then the moratorium will go into effect, right?
Once we
Well, we'll have to pass a resolution enacting the moratorium, but we can't pass that resolution
But in the meantime,
for a while, all right? For at least 30 days. Meantime, the board, you guys, I think a lot of the community want us to have another public hearing on a different kind of moratorium that will capture the canal property. And we need to take a look at the details of that, come to some sort of agreement, have a public hearing. We're going to have to take some issues in executive session that are of legal in nature, but I think we heard a lot today of concerns, particularly evacuation type of concerns with the railroad tracks at Sunrise and Montauk Highway, all being in close proximity here. Some of the things that came up, might be easy to address. Some things may be very difficult to address. Meanwhile, that process is in front of the planning board. And the planning board, I think, is poised to revisit their secret, whether they do or not. SECRA is the State Environmental Quality Review Act. If they require an environmental impacts study, you don't have to worry about the moratorium, because it's many months where they will be spending getting the answers to all of these questions. There's going to be a giant, you guys will be part of the scoping session in terms of determining what questions need to be answered. Those questions all have to be answered, and if they can't be answered, the planning board can just simply deny the project. There may be other paths, I don't know, condition neg deck, but that still would require potentially an impact study, right, Jim?
Yeah, it could be.
So,
Right.
so they're gonna make a decision relatively soon at the planning board level. So even if, for now, that property isn't included in the moratorium, it may get held up in a lengthy review process. So I think if we could end the debate here and take the vote on closing this public hearing, and then we can, we still have several more public hearings. We have a ton of resolutions. In terms of the next hearing on an expanded moratorium, we do have to work out the details as a board. And we would like to do it expeditiously, so,
I have another thing. I don't know if it's too late.
yeah.
How can all the research and work that's been done now be applied to a new site that is appropriate? I mean, what would be the steps?
they would have to start over.
Start all
Yes.
over again, from the beginning. Should I bring this person? Somebody showed up, but I thought we.
So we may have one more person.
We're in the middle of
on
closing
Zoom.
the hearing.
Well, we haven't voted to close it yet,
Okay.
technically, so. Let me think procedurally, Jim, we're in the middle, we have a motion and a second, and we're debating the bill.
You want to be able to hear this one last.
Before we.
You guys want to hear it, then I'll have to withdraw my motion.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
You haven't
It's a public
decided on
hearing.
it, so I think.
All right, let me withdraw my motion to close the hearing.
Second.
You don't need to second that, so now we'll bring the last person on.
Oh, I thought you were voting on this motion.
No, I guess you guys, I thought wanted
Oh,
to
I
hear
thought you
one
could
more
do it and then
person.
go back. All right, never
Did you
mind.
want to, there's
I
one more person,
misunderstood.
Charles?
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can't hear you yet.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, are you looking to speak on the battery energy storage issue?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, and thanks everyone for your service. My name's Helen Roussel, and I live in Sag Harbor. I'm a Sustainable Southampton Green Advisory Committee member, and I've formerly served as Conservation Chair for the Long Island chapter of the Sierra Club. In 2016, I worked with a range of New York State environmental and conservation organisations and Assembly member Fred Thiel to develop a resolution called Dragonfly Day, and this was for public education on the vital role of wetlands, including the value of wetlands environmental services and what we can do to preserve and expand them further. I'm also a web designer and subcontractor working for Peak Power Long Island, assisting with the town's energy efficiency public online education program. As the mother of 3 teenage children, I'm mindful of the power of digital communications and the speed at which social media can spread disinformation. The petition being circulated on the internet about BESS, battery energy storage systems, is loaded with opinions and statements that have no basis in fact. In the interest of time, I'm just going to make one reference from the petition. BESS lithium battery facilities are known to have fire risks. And I just want to say that it's really important to research these things properly, because all lithium batteries aren't the same. The lithium iron phosphate battery chemistry in the BESS proposed at the canal, should it possibly catch fire, would burn at a very low temperature, and its modules can be cooled down with water. This information is in the application and supported by rigorous laboratory testing. And I think what people were referring to in all that stuff on the internet is the very early 19th century technology, which is still around, which is used in, cars and it contains cobalt, and that's a big difference between lithium-ion batteries that contain cobalt, because they burn at really high temperatures, and you cannot put them out with water. So you can't put them out, and what the fire department does is just leave them to burn themselves out. And these batteries are
30 seconds.
inexpensive to make. They're in lots of, you see them in electric bikes, skateboards, all of this stuff. We've seen the stories of them catching on fire, a lot in New York City. And the thing is not to ever keep electric skateboard or a bike inside your home. Always store them outside of your home, because there is a risk of them catching on fire. But it's not true for these batteries proposed to be used at the canal. And another thing about, and
3 minutes.
They're completely different technology. And according to MarketWatch, the global battery energy storage systems market size reached $3.9 billion in 2022, and is expected to grow at a compound growth rate of 26% until 2030. One of the takeaways I hope anyone working in government watching the recording of this public hearing needs to pay attention to is the need for public education at the local level. For example, the aim of the work that I have done as a subcontractor is funded by NYSERDA grants. No grants, no public education, basically. Municipalities do not commit taxpayer dollars to educating the residents.
You need to finish your comments. You're over your 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So we're saying that it's in the interest of everyone for more public education on this, because we've seen a lot of, misinformation about it. And I don't support. I just want to say I don't support a moratorium, and recommend that whatever the path the town board chooses, that they do so based on facts and advice of experts. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's it, Jim.
All right. All right, Again, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and leave the written record open for 30 days for agency comment.
Second.
Second. Any more debate on that? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. We have other hearings, and we have lots of resolutions, so I know, before you go, I know you want to know what the next step is in terms of the canal property, and I put together a moratorium. Cindy has a moratorium. We have to look at the two of them and see what the differences are. Also, we have to confer with council.
If we put a notice of public hearing on the 25th, is that enough time to have a public hearing on the 8th? Yes.
No.
I think we'd
You
have to
need
have.
to have 10 days in the paper, and it doesn't appear in the paper until the next Thursday. So you vote on it on a Tuesday, it doesn't get into the paper
I
until.
believe
So
we
either-
plan
Unless
to
we
use
use a different-
Newsday.
We plan to use Newsday.
This, so
Oh,
it
if
can
you
be
use
a little bit
Newsday, then you're
different,
fine.
yes.
I'm
And it
sorry, I
should
thought you
be-
meant the press.
Depending on when we get to them, it'll be either starting to be advertised on Thursday or Friday.
Okay.
Yes, if you use
Like
Newsday,
the-
you're good. Sorry.
So what's that?
I wasn't
Yes.
aware that you were gonna
Yeah,
use
just-
Newsday. I was going by the press.
So we're okay, we can have it in the next hearing packet, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
We can have it.
Well, it depends on when you're scheduling.
So
the
we have a
hearing.
work session Thursday, we could try to reconcile the differences and come up with a plan, and then we could put it on the next town board meeting. Notice for August
Public
8th.
hearing on
Set a
August
public
8th.
hearing on the 25th
August-
or the 8th.
Right,
possibly.
okay, so,
No, we're not adopting any of the work session.
I want to say thank you, Adele, you listened to the first time.
First time. First time.
Backhanded.
First time.
Yeah. What happens when the
do
battery
rely
dies?
about it.
They gave me, I can't get myself up. And I didn't plug it in there. It happened once in shirts. Battery alert!
No, we
This is a
figured-
perfect meeting for it.
We did that downstairs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, get home safely, everyone.
We only have 6 more public hearings.
All right.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks for the information. It's helpful.
Mics are hot.
Well, we're gonna discuss it at the work session.
I
on
forgot
Thursday.
to mention, we added something to our list.
Janice is the one that takes the brunt of it all.
Town board.
That would be with us.
Steve's
Town
coming in.
board. Okay.
Excuse me, I forgot to mention that we have a resources page on our website. Everybody left by now, but I'm sorry. There
Okay.
is some resources there.
If those who are exiting, please do so quietly. We have a long night ahead. We have other hearings and lots of resolutions, so.
I think you need to understand the timeline for this. Kim researched it today with the advertisement. I don't think it's lining up with what you have in mind right now.
Nothing is?
Well, can you?
We have to put them on the 22nd. So I think that'll work. No, not
No,
here.
nobody's talking about the hearing on
no.
20. We're
No,
talking
no,
about
on the
August
8th.
8th hearing.
Setting a hearing for the 8th on the 25th is what we're.
25th
25th.
On the 25th,
for the 8th.
Could we have it in the 8th? Or-
so I could either call a special meeting, or we could pick a date other than the 8th.
Yeah, it could be the 22nd. It's
Or we
not
could
much-
make our Wednesday meeting or our Thursday work session a special meeting.
We could make a special meeting
Mhm.
on Thursday, yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't give us a lot of time.
So why don't we just, if we can use Newsday and we can get it in for the 8th, if we adopt it on the 25th?
Who's
It
the,
would be the same situation, so with that, we need 2 days leave to get it into Newsday, you need 10 days before the hearing.
Okay, the hearing doesn't have to be on the 8th. The hearing could be on the 22nd, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's
Right.
fine. We
Okay.
we sort of want to see what the planning board's doing as well.
Exactly.
Gives us a little
It
bit
gives
of
the
time.
planning commission time
Yeah, because you're not gonna.
to review the new
only meet the
moratorium
first
proposal.
part of the month.
8th and then it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should really give them the,
I can all, if I need to
Maybe
call
by
a special
Thursday.
meeting next week, I can call a special meeting just for this, so we can do it on the 8th, if that's what,
No.
right? Okay.
Janice, maybe hopefully by Thursday or Friday, we can send them whatever
Oh, I
we
see
agree
what you
on.
mean, if we agree on something this.
On the
this-
new moratorium, we can
Thursday,
send it
we
to
can
Andy
call a
on
special meeting for next
Thursday,
week,
Thursday.
or Wednesday, and we
Or
can adopt the
Thursday at
resolution.
our work session.
Yes.
Or Tuesday.
Can Can you
Well,
keep it
whatever.
on the Thursday? Because we have other things.
I don't.
Yeah.
So
There's
there's
no
lots of
hurry.
Do it
ways.
at our work session.
Yes,
Thursday.
we need to discuss
better
it,
to
and we
do it
need
right
an
than
executive
fast.
session.
Okay.
Get past tomorrow.
Okay, so, all good, so, Madam Clerk, would you read the fourth public hearing notice?
Sure. The 5th. I'll read the 5th.
Oh, sorry,
You
fifth.
don't want to do the 4th
Yeah,
again.
don't do the fourth again.
Okay, public hearing number 5, to consider a local law amending Chapter 244, Transfer of Development Rights Certificate Program to acknowledge the inclusion of sanitary flow credits.
Okay.
We're doing
Yeah,
5,
but,
6, and 7.
3 of them together.
You wanna read,
Absolutely.
read all three?
Public hearing number
6, 7,
6,
8,
to
9,
consider a
10
local
together.
law amending Chapter 330-7, acknowledging transfer of sanitary flow credits. Public hearing number 7, to consider a local law amending Chapter 330-9, density incentive provision to acknowledge the inclusion of sanitary flow credits.
All right,
Any more?
and- No, that's fine.
Okay.
Are you going to tell us what the comments are? in it
Janice
yet?
Shearer, our
Are you
town
serious?
Planning and Development Administrator. will
Yes, so we
introduce
did get
this.
the county letter, and we worked out a response that we sent to them. So we will take their comments and recommendations and amend what we've sent them. Again, just to remind you, this is to have our program for development rights certificates recognized by the county so that people don't have to go through a board of review process and end up in the same place. It's just so that they recognize our program that we've been doing for years and years. And in having this formal recognition, that we're saving people time to have to go to the Suffolk County Board of Review so we're like skipping a step, which saves people a lot of time. And the goal here is to allow people to use density, like sanitary credits to have their wet use, like a restaurant. And the county makes you transfer credits, and they go and they buy the credits, and, we give them development rights, and all this is to recognize our program through the county. So we're just working through the
Tabling
county
for how long?
comments, and once we have everything, we'll be able to bring it back for a notice of adoption.
Okay, so we'll be able to
So are we
close this, or we have to leave it open?
Well, we're leaving, you could do the same thing, close it and wait for agency, close the record to the public comment and leave for
Well, we can
agency
find out if there's
comments, and
anybody
that
to
would
speak on it.
make
For
it
the
much
response.
easier. That way you don't have to keep keeping it open.
Okay,
Thanks.
all right, thank you, Janice. Or is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard on this? I see none here. We'll go to our online audience.
Longer.
Is there anyone, Charles, on the internet looking to be heard at this fifth public hearing?
No hands.
All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, but leave the record open 30 days for agency comment.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
All
You
right.
have to do them
Just
all
said number 5,
individually.
so we're gonna do
6
each
what?
one.
Oh, okay, so,
Joey?
so that was number 5. Number 6, same motion, same second, same vote. Number
Yes.
7, same motion, same second.
Everyone needs to
same
vote, though.
Yes.
You can't say for
All
them.
of it.
They need
Aye.
to say aye. Okay.
Okay. and then
All in favor.
Number 6, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Number 7, all in favor?
Aye.
There's no motion for seconds, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving on to the 8th public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 8, to accept a deed of open space dedication in connection with a site disturbance plan approval for 378 Watermill Town Road.
Go. Good
All
afternoon,
right,
Supervisor, members of the board.
Christine Scalera, our Deputy Town Attorney, Christine Scalera, will introduce us.
For your consideration is the acceptance of an open space parcel which comes as the result of an approval from the Planning Board pursuant to Town Code Section 330-69.2, which allows the Planning Board to modify the Aquifer Protection Overlay District clearing restrictions in the instance of an overclearing upon request of the applicant for such waiver. In this case, the applicant owns a parcel within the APOD that was overcleared by approximately 24%. Upon the applicant's request for a waiver of the clearing restrictions, the Planning Board approves such waiver upon the condition that the applicant provide a partial revegetation of the property coupled with the transfer of development rights from another parcel, the sending parcel, approximately 1,600 feet away, also within the APOD, and identified as Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-63-4-34. I'll do this. Specifically, the Planning Board required a partial revegetation in the amount of approximately 7,690 square feet, coupled with the transfer of 10,236 square feet, or 60% of the development rights from the subject sending parcel. The revegetation plus the transfer of the 60% of development rights from the sending parcel will bring the property into compliance with the up to 15% clearing restriction allowed on the site. The sending parcel, now dedicated for open space, is the subject of this hearing and retains 40% of its development rights. The applicant, however, is waiving those residual fractional rights and proposes deeding the entire parcel to the town for open space preservation. And on this map, you can see the pink corresponds to the sending parcel, and then this is where we see the site would be. So that's what we would be accepting into open space. If the board has any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them.
Which is the open space piece, the small
The
one?
no. This,
The big
oh,
one.
yeah, sorry, yes, the small one over here. And then this is
That's-
the piece that is being revegetated and having the partial development right transferred to make up to 15%
That's what they cut.
allowed clearing in the APOD.
So we're being asked to just accept the donation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Christine? All right, anyone from our town hall audience who wishes to be heard? All right, Sean, all right. All right, we'll go online. Is there anyone watching this via Zoom who wishes to be heard at this public hearing number 8? No hands. We don't need to leave it open, right? I'll make a
No, it can
motion
be closed.
Make a motion to close?
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, that's closed.
Thanks,
We move
Christine.
on to the 9th public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 9, to amend Town Code, Chapter 312-20, to designate no parking on the center median of Maryland Boulevard, Hampton Bays, New York.
All right, Assistant Town Attorney Sean Cambridge will introduce this.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor.
This
members of the board.
continuation.
This is a continuation. We've had lots of participation from the community on this, and several suggestions, actually. I don't think, based on what everyone has articulated, that the parking is necessarily the issue. It's a bunch of new drivers with a bunch of commercial vehicles parking in the same area. I think that based on the comments and suggestions of members of the public, we could probably resolve this with a time designation or prohibition and resolve many of the issues on this road. I would suggest to the board that you close this public hearing and leave the written comment period open, and then we could maybe bring an alternative forward in the coming weeks.
If we're gonna go the route of a different proposal, we'd want a different hearing. So why would we wanna leave the written record open on this one? Why don't we just close it completely and not act upon it and then notice a new hearing?
You could do that as well. I figured in case anybody wanted to comment that didn't get a chance to, that maybe strongly supports this version.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Wilson, who spoke last time on behalf of the neighbors, was compiling a bunch of information, had a lot of written comment from the neighbors, but wasn't able to get here tonight. So he would like to be able to submit that in writing
Oh,
after
so
the
then we
fact.
leave the
Yeah.
record open, and there might be somebody online also, I don't know.
And then there is a resolution on tonight in relation to this 2023-883. The board could adjourn this or withdraw it. It won't have an effect if we notice another
Well,
hearing.
if we're
I
gonna
will
leave
be
the written
withdrawing
record, we
it.
can't act on it anyway, so. All right, thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
All right, Charles, we're gonna go right to online, because we have no one left here at Town Hall. Do we have anybody online who wishes to be heard at this 9th public hearing? Charlie?
Good,
See
Charles.
no hands. All right,
Close it, written record open for 10 days. We
all
can
right,
do
so,
that.
yeah, I guess I'll.
10 days?
I'll
10
make,
days.
all right, so Rick's gonna make the motion to close it and leave the written record open for 10 days. I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Madam Clerk, the 10th public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 10 for enforcement action at 6 Ashwood Court, North Sea, Southampton, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map number 961-1-19.2 to remove hazardous accumulation of material.
And this is a continuation as well. Assistant Town Attorney Sean Cambridge will introduce this.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. So we last left off with a site inspection scheduled for this property. That inspection did take place on the 28th. Materials are off-site at this point, so I don't believe this action is needed at this time. That being said, there is a matter pending in the Justice Court. This individual will be held accountable. Any offer to resolve that matter will involve payment of hazmat recovery cost, and any offer would also contain what's called a conditional discharge offer with periodic inspections of the site. That's something that the court has in its jurisdiction. The court can issue a one-year order for these types of sanctions or conditions, and I believe it's appropriate in this instance. I've been in constant communication with counsel for this homeowner since this incident. They have, again, taken this very seriously. The conditions were remedied the day after our last public hearing. So this is what we like to see. We like to see people responsive. Of course, you know, this could have been more of a tragedy. Nobody was injured, thankfully. No property was harmed. Everything went okay. I'm thankful for that we don't have to authorize this action. I do think it's a moot point tonight.
All right, so we could then simply close it.
I would
We have to wait
recommend
and
to
hear if
close it.
anybody's online, but,
Yes,
but we just wanted it included in the record that they did. in
Right,
fact.
but this,
Quick
yes,
question, Sean. Did the
Yes.
site inspection include searching inside the shed and the garage?
I'm not going to use the term search. It was a voluntary walkthrough of
There
the
we
whole
go.
home
Much better.
and sheds. So all issues involving the hazmat incident were cleared. There are remaining issues on a couple of sheds, frankly, that are in the yard without permits. But I'm sure that we can work together with this homeowner's council to resolve that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
so the court action will give you similar sort of powers, at least over the next year, to
Keep an eye on it.
keep an eye on it and make sure that a similar situation doesn't occur again.
Well, yes, in the Justice Court, we have the option to plea bargain voluntarily with the named defendant, or the option to proceed to a trial. On either instance, I would ask the judge to order periodic inspections. I don't believe we're going to have to proceed to trial in this matter based on my communications with defense counsel at this
Okay,
point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go online. Is there anyone online who wishes to be heard at the 10th public
It's gonna be
hearing?
Donna. I just have a feeling.
So we'll bring them on. How many individuals, Charles?
One.
Okay.
It's gonna be Donna. There she is.
Oh, hey, Don. We don't hear you yet. We're still not hearing you, Don.
Okay, how about now?
Yep.
I'm sorry for the emotions. I just got exciting news. My future son-in-law was just drafted in the MLB to the Cleveland Guardians.
Wow.
I'm not crying for the I didn't want to lose the opportunity to wholeheartedly thank Cindy McNamara for putting this forward. And I do believe, Councilman Schiavone, you do have a resolution coming forward changing the laws. So I just want to thank you so very much for hearing me and taking action on this, and hopefully in the future prevent any danger to our precious volunteers. So thank you very much for taking this so seriously. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations.
Great news. Going to Cleveland.
Yeah, we're going to Cleveland.
It's a great city, really.
Okay, anyone else?
I can't leave my volunteer community though, I'm with the ambulance.
All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that is the last of the public hearings. Public portion is next.
You have one card.
I have one card. Mr. Chris Sheldon is not present.
We have.
He
I
did
think
write a
left
letter
information.
and left his letter in the office during the meeting because he couldn't wait.
It's on all our desks.
Okay, so we have a letter that we've received about Wildwood Lake Beach. And we'll go online. Is there anyone online wishing to be heard at public portion?
Get out of the chair.
Yes.
Okay?
It was two.
Okay, can you hear me? Up, start my video, okay?
She's back.
3 times
Okay.
in one day.
We're in public portion now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to reiterate my request for some assistance. Tonight I'll be going to the North Sea Community House. There'll be a meeting there held about the county project of repaving North Sea Road in addition to sidewalks. And again, I just wanted to let anybody listening that if they have interest or properties near there, there is a meeting at the North Sea Community House tonight at 7. So again, Town Supervisor Schneiderman, if there's any assistance that the town can give us to come together for a safe project. So I'd like to see, safety become paramount in this. So again, just wanted to bring that to your attention, meeting tonight at 7.
You've been bringing to the attention of the county the concerns about the ambulance egress?
Yes. Yeah, I actually met with them on site, and they said that, if you had help from the town, they said they would reach out to you. I don't know if that was possible.
I know there's been some discussions about creating some additional parking in the area, but in terms of the in and out of the ambulance, I'm not sure.
No, not necessarily just the ambulance. I'm concerned about the length of the roadway and the abilities to put sidewalks and shoulders in, and definitely it is important that that parking not be to the north of our ambulance barn, because that will impede us leaving and returning from calls, mostly leaving.
Right, yeah, we certainly don't want to.
The traffic is atrocious.
We certainly don't want to do anything that's gonna impair your ability to get the ambulance out.
Right, and like I said, we're moving along, trying to get that closed up, so I'd like to get those new ambulances over there and responding.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good over there.
Yes, and thank you, everyone, for your support throughout this.
But I think it's important that everybody comes together. We try to figure out what project makes sense, because we need to get that road repaved. It's
Understood,
terrible.
and I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I think a good collaborative project would be great.
I think the
And,
county is.
I did meet with the field supervisor on site. We walked up and down the business owners to see what they were, and I obviously had an interest because of the ambulance barn being there.
Yeah, it sounds like we're making some progress, so.
Excellent.
All right?
I'll see you
All
tonight.
right, I promise you won't see me anymore tonight. I'll be at North Sea Community House at 7.
I'll see you there.
All right, Cindy, thank you.
Anybody else going to that today? North Sea Community House at 7?
I'm going.
I'm not sure we'll be done by 7. I think we'll.
Let's get going.
Yeah.
All right.
Any more, Charlie?
Okay, so,
Anybody else?
anyone else for public portion?
No, sir.
All right, I'll make a motion to close public portion.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're,
Off and running. Town
Off
Board
and running.
Resolution
Go ahead.
862 of 2023 authorize H2M architects and engineers to file grant application with the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation on behalf of the Hampton Bays Water District pursuant to the Water Infrastructure Improvement Act.
Second?
seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 863 of 2023, authorize the information technology staff to attend cybersecurity summit.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. The 864 of 23, authorize supervisor to execute letter of intent and the issuance of a purchase order with Verizon as it relates to the Southampton Volunteer Ambulance Building Project,
Second?
which we were just talking about. Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 865 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, authorized the supervisor to sign a contract with L.K. McLean Associates P.C. to provide professional services to Poxabog Pro Shop and Fairway Diner.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 866 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, to authorize the supervisor to sign a satisfaction of mortgage on a community development block grant program.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 867 of 2023, to authorize the supervisor to execute a 2023 renewal with Bentley System Incorporated for their ProcureWare cloud-hosted software solution to manage the town's operation for bidding and contracts.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 868 of 23 authorizes, this is co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier and Councilwoman McNamara. Authorizes supervisor to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Central Pine Barrens Joint Planning Commission for the management of invasive species.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 869 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorize the supervisor to execute a professional engineering services contract with H2M Architects Engineering Land Surveying for upgrade of SCADA Swiss system and upgrade of tank monitoring.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 870 of 23, authorize town controller to hire Robert Half account temps.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 871 of 2023, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract with Enzer Ozdemir for a mobile ice cream concession for Good Ground Park.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 872 of 23, award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract for Round Pond Stormwater Improvements with the Lalio Coal and Stone Company, Inc., doing business as South Fork Asphalt.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 873 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, recall and amend Resolution 2023-584, consulting contract with H2M Architects, Engineers, Land Surveying, ATAL to provide on-call engineering services to the Hampton Bays Water District.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 874 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, is to recall and amend Resolution 2023-711, authorize a survey for Pritchard properties located at 3398 Noyak Road and 146 Old Noyak Road.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 875 of 2023, recall and amend TBR 2022-877, authorizing the purchase from Deval Concrete Corporation for new retaining walls, staircases, and ADA improvements at Emma Rose Elston Memorial Park in North Sea.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 876 of 2023, recall and amend TBR 2023-451, authorizing the purchase from Deval Concrete Corp. for ADA improvements at Emma Elston Park from a DPW contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 877 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, is a 2023 notice to bidders for Reeves Bay Catwalk and Barn Restoration.
Second.
Excellent. Seconded
Yeah,
by
finally.
Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 878 of 2023 is a co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, a 2023 notice to bidders for Tiana Life Saving Station restoration.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution set 879 of 2023, to allocation of ARPA coronavirus federal grant for Flanders Ambulance general operating expenses.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 880 of 23, amends 23 to 27 capital budget based on the debt reduction policy.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 881 of 23 amends the 23 through 27 capital budget for Riverside Maritime Trail, Park Plan, and West Hampton Transfer Station improvement projects.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 882 of 2023, resolution of adoption amending Town Code Chapter 283, special events in order to enhance enforcement ability, clarify definitions, and restructure application procedures.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell.
And co-sponsored by Councilman Martell.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me.
Okay, any discussion?
No. Trying to find out what the
Yeah, we
next
held a
page.
hearing on this.
No, it really doesn't change titles.
40, thanks.
Yeah, it just basically clarifies the public safety and emergency management administrator title. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There was a motion and a second on that, right?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
Town Board Resolution 883 of 2023, resolution of adoption amending Town Code Chapter 312-20 to designate no parking on the Center Media and Maryland Boulevard, Hampton Bays, New York. I'm going to withdraw.
Withdraw?
You're withdrawing or tabling it?
I think I'm going to withdraw it.
All right, so it's being withdrawn by the sponsor.
You're withdrawing it?
Yes.
Town Board Resolution 884 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, is authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Greek Orthodox Church Hampton Greeks Festival from July 13th through July 16th, 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hang on 1 second. I'd like to co-sponsor that too, so. What, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Approved. Sandy, you have me as a co-sponsor?
I do, yes.
Okay. 885 is.
Okay. Town Board Resolution 885 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, Councilwoman McNamara, Supervisor Schneiderman, and Councilman Martell, the entire traveling show. The authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Hampton Bays Fire Department Parade on August 2nd from 2023 to 6:30 PM to 9 PM.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. all
Why
in
is
fa-
parade cloaked? It's
Well,
it's an actual parade.
because some of those parades aren't quite parades all the time.
But this one is an actual parade.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the name of it.
Between special events and
Parade.
parades.
All right, we had a motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 2023, same group, all of us supporting. The authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Hampton Bays Fire Department Carnival from August 1st to August 6th, 2023. And I don't know why Carnival's in quotes.
So that's just resolution 886.
Yes.
right? Okay. You said the 2023 part.
I'll second that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Did I?
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said just resolution 2023. I'm like.
Oh, I forgot that.
The
866.
Okay, that's fine. And seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. I know, it's been a long
day.
long meeting.
Yes.
The seats aren't that comfortable. 887 of 2023, co-sponsored by the board, appoints James Kiernan to Police Chief, Town of Southampton, from Civil Service list.
Second.
Second, just on the motion, I mean, this is just a formality, but we have to go through civil service. Chief Kiernan has been acting in his capacity for months now. He had some very big shoes to fill after we lost Chief Skrnicki and, Captain Kiernan, sorry, I keep saying Captain Kiernan. Chief Kiernan, he was captain under Skrnicki, but Chief Kiernan's been doing a great job. And it's been an honor, been working with him, and it's nice to get to this point where we can formally appoint him as the chief of our police department on a permanent basis. Anybody else on that?
No.
Congratulations, Chief.
All right. We had a motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 888 of 23 accepts the disability retirement of Police Officer Warren Galloway from Southampton Town Police Department.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 889 of 23, co-sponsored by Councilman Scavone, appoints Brendan Morris to Building Permits Examiner position in Building Department.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 890 of 23, appoints temporary employee benefits supervisor.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 891 appoints Wendy Zuckerman to senior office assistant position in human resources.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 892 of 23 is 23 part-time salaries.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 893 of 23 accepts resignation of Ricardo Lazarus, Town Investigator in Public Safety.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. I hate to see him go. This is his choice. He's been with us for some time. I think he's done an excellent job.
Wish him well.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. You got a job with the railroad? I believe you got a job with the railroad.
Yeah. No, was a very good
that
code
was
enforcement
great.
officer. We have motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 894 of 2023, a notice of public hearing to consider amending Chapter 164-6.4 hazardous accumulations to enhance enforcement ability and create an additional charge for residentially zoned properties.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This would be for a hearing on July 25th,
Correct.
23 at 6 PM. Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 895 of 2023, notice of public hearing to consider amending Chapter 164-6.5 penalties to increase the penalty for 164-6.4 hazardous accumulations. Sister legislation.
Same second.
Same second, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Same day, right, July 25th. All right, 896 of 23, notice of hearing to accept conservation easement in connection with the Lewis Road PRD.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. This would also be July 25th at 6 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 897 of 2023, co-sponsored with Supervisor Schneiderman. Notice of public hearing to accept the deeds of dedication in connection with the Lewis Road PRD.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Yeah, and Cindy, you were a co-sponsor on mine. I don't think I mentioned it. All right.
Town
John?
Board Resolution 898 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, a notice of public hearing to consider amending Section 312-12 in order to implement stop sign pilot at David White's Lane at the intersection of North Sea, Mecox Road, and Watermill.
Second.
All right, on the motion, I drive this every day, and they cut back the vegetation there, and it's a big difference. They brought, that's what the problem was you had very bad line of sight because the way the farm had been planted, but they've taken like, I'd say, 8 feet or so away, and now you can see again. I just don't know that this is necessary. I know it's a pilot program, but we can have a public hearing on it, hear what people have to say, but.
That's kind of the purpose.
One more stop sign. One more stop sign. So there's a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 899 of 2023, notice of public hearing to consider enacting Chapter 74, establishing an animal welfare restricted account.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. Any discussion on this? All right, this would be for a hearing on the 25th as well. I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 900 of 2023, notice of public hearing to consider amending Chapter 150, dogs and other animals, to update definitions, update fines, and add animal welfare surcharge.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Also, I think on the 25th.
It's on the
Short
25th.
title, long law.
Town Board Resolution 901 of 2023, notice of public hearing to consider enacting Chapter 8-6.4 to allow for appropriation of justice court fees to the Animal Welfare Reserve account.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. This is for a hearing on the 25th as well. All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, approved. 902 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, assumes lead agency, issues a positive declaration for a supplemental generic environmental impact statement for the siting and construction of a community sewage treatment plant in the hamlet of Riverside.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. All right, to the walk-ons. 43739, reinstates Kara Conklin Wingfield to senior office assistant position.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 43740, appoints Peter Strecker to assistant director of youth bureau position in youth bureau.
I'll second it if I could co-sponsor that.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, who wishes to be a co-sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 43780, and congratulations, I should say, to Peter on that, and to Kara, the one before that. All right, 43782, authorize supervisor to execute a memorandum of agreement and lifeguard contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And 43783 is our 13th warrant, capital 13 CPF, and payroll liability.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Okay, it's been a long day. It's 6, we started at 1, 5 hours.
Seems like.
Is there any other business? Please say no.
No.
Hearing none, I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned. Get home safely.
You can ask about that.